I don't know what happened to the opening, but it froze. But great to see everybody tonight. Welcome to the interview room. We're so grateful that each and every one of you are here. And if you're new to this channel, I just ask one thing, and that one thing is that you hit the like and the subscribe button, and that's it. And that you send this around to all of your social media platforms. We would be grateful for that. We've got an amazing panel in front of you here this evening in the number one position over on the left, the upper left-hand corner. If this was, what was that show?
Hollywood Squares.
Hollywood Squares. So we've got the first square in the upper left-hand corner is Sergeant John Lamb. John, introduce yourself and tell the folks a little bit about who you are.
Good evening. It's, as always, Chris, it's a delight to be here. And the abbreviated version is 3+ decades in law enforcement. And now I write books. And I used to be Chris's boss, so I should have gotten a medal.
Yeah, that's an understatement. And batting in the middle spot there is former FBI agent Maureen O'Connell. Maureen, introduce yourself and share what you got.
Maureen O'Connell, originally from the south side of Chicago, come from a whole family of first responders. 25-year veteran of the FBI, retired in 2016, and I own my own security consulting firm.
And the name of that firm is?
Maureen O'Connell and Associates, or MOA. There
it is. Awesome. And the upper right-hand corner, with the gun safe in the background, none other than former Under Sheriff, but that was only one of his titles. He was a homicide guy as well, and other titles in his career. Bob Gilliam. Bob?
Well, good evening. Thanks for having me back, Chris and Karen. Good to be with the panel again and with all your viewers and your awesome mods as well.
Yes.
Yes, the mods.
I spent 36 years as a police officer, and many of those years as a detective, and ended up retiring at the rank of Under Sheriff after 36 years.
Awesome. And Bob is an amazing fly fisherman as well. That's what he does in his spare time. And then next to me in the dark, the amazing Dr. Gary Brucato, forensic psychologist, author of The New Evil, and he's got a couple other books in the pipeline that are on the way. And he does hide in the dark like that on purpose, just to throw us off. Gary, welcome.
Just to lure us in.
To lure us in, to pull us in. Tell me about your mother. So, go ahead, fire away, Gary. Tell the audience who you are.
Well, I mean, you summed it up pretty well. I would just add that I serve on the expert panel for the Cold Case Foundation along with Chris, and I'm a visiting scholar at Boston College. I guess I'll add written a couple of books, and including The New Evil, and over 100 articles and book chapters on severe violence and violent crime. I was the co-creator of the Columbia Mass Murder Database, which is considered definitive study of mass murder in the world. Proud to say.
Awesome. With over 109.
But I should have sent it to you to sign it for me. And I bought 2 of your books, John.
Oh, well, thank you.
There you go.
Feel free to sign them yourself. But if you want them to look realistic, crayons definitely important.
Now he's trying to get me to become a forger.
As you can tell, everybody out there, this is going to be quite the panel. We have a lot of fun here, but simultaneously, we then throw it into a lot of experience sitting in the panel. We always also like to start this off with, if we discuss anybody here, these are individual opinions. It doesn't mean in any way, shape, or form we're throwing any shade at anyone, and we will just kind of always keep it on the table that folks are always innocent until proven guilty in a court of law by a jury of their peers. That is not our responsibility. That is the next system. But what we will bring to the table here is a conversation tonight that's going to have twofold. Number one, obviously, there's a new video out from the Guthrie family, Savannah, speaking to her peers at the Today Show. We'll show that in a little bit. But I want to, just kind of talk about this guy for a little bit here. And this is Sheriff Chris Nanos. And apparently there's been some information that has come up in relationship to, I guess there's no lack of understanding about, I'm trying to be careful how I frame it, but he had some questions in relationship to integrity on his resume that has now made its way to the Board of Supervisors there in Tucson, and they had a meeting about what exactly that means. And as a result of that, I thought maybe tonight we would discuss how that's going to potentially impact the investigation as a whole, even after they get somebody in custody, and what your guys' opinion would be if this goes to trial and how that would impact a trial. So what we know right now, it's been fully documented and reported primarily through the Arizona Republic investigations that obtained his employment records and his IA history card is what we'll call it. And what that means is every law enforcement agency in the United States and Sheriff's Department, once you're hired, they open up, a couple of different files. And the reason for that, or in case the defense ever wants to question your integrity or your character or anything like that, there's what they call Brady discovery. And that information then becomes available if there was anything, positive or negative in your file to the defense. And then they can argue with a judge of whether or not a jury should hear some of that information. And a lot of times, they're nothing burgers because, you learn over the years that, you don't want to be in that file and you don't want to be that gal or that guy. You just don't want that for obvious reasons. So in this case, though, in his early 20s, Nanos began his law enforcement career in his hometown of El Paso, Texas. He had initially no prior disciplinary issues before joining the PD, but in his 5-year tenure, including he had many early recognitions, he mixed with repeated internal discipline. I'll say that diplomatically. He resigned rather than being terminated in 1982. He was given an option to either resign or get fired. And these details have now resurfaced due to resume discrepancies that were discovered during a recent sworn deposition. And the scrutiny tied to his role now in the Nancy Guthrie case as the Pima County, go figure.
Prima donna is what you were trying to say.
That's exactly what I was going to say. In the Pima County, Arizona Sheriff. So his career started in 1976. He was a patrol officer at the age of 20. At the time, he was the youngest guy on his department. He had a degree in public administration and criminal justice from the University of Texas in El Paso. And his early highlights of his career is he served as a decoy for a tactical squad who were working, operations of street robberies, So he would be that decoy out there. And he completed that assignment. He became quite a decorated boxer, winning a gold medal back in that year, and was profiled on social media for very high risk work. In '79, he saved his partner's life during an incident where he subsequently in 1980 was named Officer of the Year by the Western Region, the Combined Law Enforcement Association of Texas, which is CLEAT, CLEAT. In 1982, though, shortly thereafter, he fell from grace, and he was asked to resign instead of termination after supervisors cited insubordination and consistent inefficiency. This was a rough 2-year gap before he joined the Pima County Sheriff's Department in Arizona, first starting out as a corrections officer from the fall of 1983 to 1984, per records and the recent deposition. Now, what does all this mean in the big picture? Well, everybody on this stage here, with the exception of Dr. Brucato, has a record. We all have a file, every one of us. And those files are searchable, and they're available through public record searches, FOIAs, or whatever. And when the sheriff's information was pulled, there was some disturbing information that came to the surface. And we're going to talk a little bit about that and what that means and how potentially it could impact the long run when they get the suspect who has committed this crime for Nancy Guthrie. And so I want to open it up to just the thought process of everybody kind of chiming in. What do you know so far? And we'll go over his record and we'll kind of weigh in. We'll start with Bob.
Well, I said from the beginning of this case that Nanos was sucking the oxygen out of the case, and that was very early on. I believe it was the second show that we did with this panel, and it just continues. In fact, it has snowballed into this fiasco, in my opinion, on what we see with Nanos today. He is actually more of the story than Nancy is, unfortunately, and that's the issue that I have.
That's a great point.
Yeah, and I would, I really wish that he would have recused himself from being the spokesperson in this case. But he is the only one, as we all know, that has made any official comments about this case. We know the FBI is not going to do it. It's their policy, for the most part, not to comment on ongoing investigations, and I understand that. So it's left up to Nanos, and he has totally blown it with this case. So it's very unfortunate for the Guthrie family for this to occur, but it is, and here we have him dominating just about every story on this case.
Well said. Maureen, what say you?
Well, that's tragic, Bob, but it is what we're seeing unfold right before us. So that's terrible. The only thing I can say is with regard to Nanos's record that has been made available is, I mean, if you had a 40-year career and you had this many items of disciplinary issues, it would be, wow, but 5 or 6 years, that's pretty unbelievable. But I will also say that Pima County hired him, and this was not a well-kept secret. They could have easily found any of this out, because with that concentration of issues, all kinds of people knew, and they should have known, but they hired him.
Yeah, the great point as well. John, what say you?
A couple things. First of all, what we see, I'm speaking as my years as a line level supervisor, what you see on that document are just the forms of misbehavior that they felt they needed to document. There's all sorts there could have been all sorts of other incidents that were handled verbally or in basically a non-formal manner where you pull, I've done this myself, pulled an erring cop aside and suggested that his head needed to be restored to the light. So what we're seeing on that document is what was severe enough to make it to that paperwork. The other point I'd like to make is this, and Bob hit this at the very outset. He has been the only person disseminating information about this case. So when the offenders are apprehended and this goes to a trial, I think it would be the poor defense attorney who didn't subpoena the sheriff and put him on the stand and basically torment him on the stand just as a diversion for the rest of the case, because he's made a series of comments that he's going to be required to answer for. So I just think had he stayed out at the very outset and let the professionals handle it, this issue wouldn't have occurred.
That's a really great point. And so, Gary, one of the things that all of us on this panel had to go through were various psychological interviews prior to them handing us a gun.
Mhm.
And back in the day, you know, you're familiar with how, you know, law enforcement folks, I'm sure your colleagues, maybe you've done them in the past, I don't know, but have you? Maybe I should ask the question.
It's interesting. I interviewed for a position in, where I would be assessing people who wanted to become cops, but then I wound up going and doing a forensic job somewhere else. I didn't take it. I didn't express interest, pursue it, that is to say. But no, I haven't, but I know many people who have. Yes.
Yeah. So this is pre-employment background, right? Where you would go down and, you know, you have to sit with the guy like you and do an assessment. And I'll never forget what the guy that did mine asked me who my heroes were. He says, name 2 heroes. And I said, and they were in this order. I said, Jesus Christ and John Wayne. And he looked at me and I thought, he just sat back and he leaned forward and he goes, that's interesting. Let's talk about that. And we probably had a 15-minute conversation about that. And I thought, you know what? I'll never be a cop. It was over that very moment. I thought I was gone. But apparently they didn't do that for Chris Nanos. So what strikes you when you start hearing about the allegations that are on his internal affairs division reports?
To be perfectly frank, I don't know enough about it to make a comment. The reality is that look, not speaking about this situation, but there are scenarios in which people at the time that they come into a situation are in a different place in their life, and then things happen later. You know, I've dealt with situations where I've had to work with people who work in law enforcement or the fire department and so forth. Sometimes things happen in their life. They're under stress. They're going through a divorce. They're drinking. They're worried about money, stuff like that, and it can bring out certain aspects of a personality. Without knowing anything about a person's story, it's not possible to say. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to trying to assess a person based on that kind of screening, it's problematic because you can't predict everything that would be a stressor later for a person. All you can do is get a sense of their basic personality, their decency and morality. If a person is a hothead, if a person, is dishonest, that kind of thing. And then you hope for the best, you check to see if there's any severe mental illness, So do I think that there are a lot of people that get through evaluations like that who then go on to kind of change? Yeah, probably. And I think there are probably also some people that know how to game it. And if you're not clever, but I can't. It's not possible to speak to this. I don't know anything about it.
Well,
I think it's hard to game
Go ahead.
all the interviews. I think it's hard to game all the interviews that they conduct. For example, for my FBI background, it took almost 2 years. The guys that did my background later said, we even stopped at houses that weren't on the list, and we talked to those people and asked them if they knew anyone else that knew you, and went and interviewed them. And so they interviewed people from like my grammar school, high school, college, neighbors, church. I mean, so some people may game it, but a good investigator is going to see through a lot of that, in my opinion.
Hopefully, but a lot of the people who do assessments, how should we say, not everyone is equally astute.
You're right.
That's the thing, because ultimately, I've done assessments of people where I smell that something is off, that they're sort of lying or exaggerating, whatever, and then I would look at collateral or records or so forth to try to figure it out. But you have to have good instincts. I mean, there are some people that think, life is one big giant bake sale and everybody means well, and this is just not the way it is. So I think there are people that slip under the radar? Yeah, I definitely do.
Absolutely.
But I don't know what happened. I mean, I can't speak to a specific situation without knowing an extensive amount of information, but yeah, but I think that happens. Sure. Didn't you guys ever have anybody who you worked with, and then it became clear after a few months of pressure that something was going on with them, that they weren't well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
But the numbers are low. I would say the numbers are very, very low, but they are there.
And that they're rememberable too.
Yeah, and they're fleshed out through the probation period.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously the MMPI, where you're chasing small.
Well, I'll add something, Chris.
Too.
In my experience has been that when what you're dealing with is a person with an aberrant personality, and let me tell you, one person like that can devour an entire workplace like a piranha, right? Mm-hmm. Those people are very, very good at presenting one way, and then later it all comes out, right? Because they can smell that they shouldn't tell you certain things. Those kind of people, in my experience, have about a 6-month run where everybody thinks they're terrific. And then it starts, they've got the secretary fighting with the person who works, at that desk, right? They're gossiping, they're lying about people, they're making stories up to not show up to work, whatever. And then it starts, right? You have no idea the things I've seen, right? In terms of people who get sent to see me because their life has fallen apart, because they're making bizarre stories up, they're whatever. Okay. And I think it's about 6 months. And it's interesting because without revealing which ones they are, there actually are psychological tests that are used in the screening for some work where they make the test so long and then compare how you do later in the test to earlier, because if you're lying, you could hold it together for only so long, and by the time you get to X number of questions, you start getting the truth.
Would
right?
that be the MMPI, Gary?
I'm not saying which test.
Okay.
There are tests that do that, and yeah, because these are used, and I don't want to reveal anything about them, but there are tests that do that precisely because there are some people that just can't hold it. And that's what I think you start to see with certain people. Now, not speaking about this person, I can't. But I have seen situations where somebody presents great, and then month 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they're getting disciplined, they're getting in trouble, and you can't believe it, how different the presentation is. There are also people, I always say when you're hiring somebody, have multiple people interview them, because you could have, if a person has personality disorder, one person could speak to them and say, that is the greatest potential employee I have ever met. And then the same day, someone on the other side says, are you kidding me? He is so slimy. Everything he says, and you have this strange discrepancy because you're picking up on different fragments of a person with a personality disorder.
Always trust the salty dog.
Yeah, well, there's truth to that.
Whoever the saltiest dog is on your squad, have them take them out to lunch, and they'll come back and tell you.
Well, I always make a joke when I'm teaching people to do assessments. I say, always predict the worst and you'll be a prophet. Predict the worst of a person. You'll look like a genius later because you trust your instinct. And and it's true. You ever have that feeling about a person? And then 8 months later, you go, yep.
A lot of times
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
in the law enforcement process, even after a new officer is hired, of course, they go to the police academy. In most jurisdictions, you go to the police academy before you ever hit the street or your first assignment. And many of the academy TAC officers or the ones charged with developing, and I'll say that nicely, developing the officer will find out their true personality, and in many cases you will get them the new officer to leave and realize that law enforcement is not for them. But if they make it past the academy, then they go into the field training program. I was an FTO, a field training officer, for a long time. John, I believe you were, and Chris, I think that you were as well. You were not? Okay.
No, I got transferred to the Bureau.
Nevertheless, as an FTO, a field training officer, you really find out a lot about your trainee and how they respond, what their personality is. And a lot of personal information too. So that is another way that officers are vetted within the process. And most agencies, most police departments and sheriff's offices have at least a 12-month probationary period. Many have an 18-month probationary period where a new officer can be terminated without cause, really for anything. So there are multiple ways to vet a new police officer. And so going back, how does this apply to Nanos? Well, apparently he made his way through the entire process without too much supervision once he got to Pima County. And then, when we get to this point, Chris, I'd like to talk about the background a little bit too. So
let's do it, because that was going to be actually the next place I was going. Where let's talk about the different type of files that are kept on law enforcement from an in-house perspective, because I don't know if the public, the public is so mistrusting of law enforcement today that I don't think they know the totality of what these guys and gals actually, the scrutiny that they're under. And, the fact that now that even body cameras are here, it really is, it's a transparency. At first, there was a lot of pushback. I think you guys would all agree that, officers are like, no, no, I'm not wearing that. And now it's like, hey, I got video. I got video, this person can say whatever they want. Go watch the video. And so it's really exculpatory to any misbehavior. But, Bob, break it down. If go wherever you want it to go with it.
Yeah, well, let's just talk about the background investigation and how it may relate to Nanos. Now, I don't know what kind of background they did on Sheriff Nanos when he first joined Pima County, but that was approximately it was over 40 years ago. So what, 42 years ago, if we take the 1984 number, and things were done significantly different back then. I won't say that they didn't do a thorough background, but they probably did not do as thorough a background as we do today. And I've done backgrounds before. In fact, post-retirement, I was doing background investigations for my previous sheriff's office. So, and I also have had several done on me, including just prior to attending the FBI National Academy. Maureen's colleagues looked into me up one way and down another. So the background process is very, very thorough. However, again, in 1984, I would say that Sheriff Nanos probably, and this is just a guess, okay? I don't know this for sure, but this is an educated guess, that they called some references that he listed on his employment application. They probably called El Paso Police Department and talked with someone there, as opposed to making an on-site visit and going through his personnel file at El Paso, because I cannot imagine how anyone can survive a background investigation with a record that we believe Nanos has. And and I have no reason to doubt that the information that has come out about his previous record at El Paso is I have no doubt it's true. So it's hard for me to believe that he made it past that, or past the background investigation in Pima County. So he was hired for a corrections position. And
Yeah.
I don't want to impugn corrections officers, because they do an outstanding job and are very professional, just as professional as any street cop. But in many sheriff's departments, that's where you start out. And that's where Nanos is reported to have started his career at Pima County. So they may have taken that back then. The background investigators and the command staff at Pima County may have looked at that as, okay, he's only going into the jail for, for however long. He may spend his entire career there. He may only go there for a year or 2 years before we promote him out to the street. But nevertheless, and back in the 80s, some administrators did look at things that way. So that could have happened in Pima County.
Bob, do you think they could have given a lot of weight to the fact that he had both a bachelor degree and did he have a master's too, Chris?
Yeah, he had a
Master's in public.
yeah. Let me look back at my notes.
Yeah, I think you're right, Maureen, regardless. But, being an officer of the year just 2 years prior to being asked to leave the department, that's pretty significant. And Pima County could have looked at that and said, oh, well, he got on somebody's bad side, so he left.
Yeah, it doesn't say he had a degree in public administration and criminal justice from the University of Texas. It could have been 2 bachelors or probably a bachelor's semester. Yep.
Yep.
Yes, so that may have given him the get out of jail free card, i.e., let's look at him a little bit, less than what we could have.
We also know some sheriff's departments really love their boxers, and so maybe he was that good of a boxer then, like a good runner.
And you're talking about the punching boxer,
Yeah.
Yes.
Maureen,
And he won a gold medal probably in the police
Okay.
Olympics, right?
What'd you say, Chris?
Yeah, he won a gold medal, so it's probably in the Texas Police Olympics.
Yep.
We'll see. But so let's talk about a couple of different files for the public. So whenever an officer is being considered for employment, obviously the first file that is the first type of information that's collected, all that personal information, the background stuff, all of that goes into what they call their personnel file. And everything goes into, a folder, a file, and, it's stored typically at headquarters in the administrative side of things. The second file that comes around is going to be, where all his performance evaluations, his attaboys and attagirls, the commendations from the civilians, from everybody like that, go into there, and that's for their annual review, where that file then is typically kept sometimes in the administrator's office, or it could be kept in the watch commander's office, depends on, how each agency decides where that file is going to go, so it's easily accessible. So if, let's say, a citizen comes to the door and says, hey, your officer was rude, and the supervisor says, well, you know what, let me ask him, or her, what took place, get their side of the story, and I'll circle back with you. Well, that officer is typically called in. They're either counseled, they're given a written reprimand, and or there's a note that can be put into that particular file for later addition into their performance evaluation. Okay. Am I missing anything so far, you guys?
No.
Right on.
Okay. And then the third piece of this, which is the most disturbing piece, is when there's an internal affairs investigation opened. In IA, they call it an IA file. Okay? And what that is, it's like a case against a particular employee or an officer. And this is where all of Nanos's information comes from. It didn't come from his personnel file. It didn't come from his divisional file. It came from the El Paso, in the lower left-hand corner, El Paso Police Department Internal Affairs Division, and his history card. So this guy starts stacking up IA investigations. And there are 3 pages of IA investigations for a total of 26 IA investigations over a 5-year period of time.
Could those be broken down? Like, could it be less than that number? Could they be broken down by elements, so to speak, of like, could there be, or no, the dates are all different, huh? It's hard
Yep,
for me to see.
These are, no, that's fine. These are single incidents,
Okay.
total of 26 from 1977, and they end in July 1982. So 5 years. This guy has 26 IAs. What say you guys?
Well, you see some definite red flashing lights there when I see shot fired and day off and excessive force and insubordination. And I saw one of them, it was like something about inefficiency. I think on the third page, Chris. Yeah, consistent inefficiency. What that means is, my read on it, if I wouldn't use those words, is that he would go in the field and do nothing. Wouldn't take reports, wouldn't do any self-initiated activity, would dodge calls. Insubordination, you can get fired for insubordination if it's a bad enough instance, and I saw several others. So, and this is occurring from 77 till 82, so it's not like one sort of burst of bad luck or bad activity that's happening. This is basically over a 5-year period. So I would find this very troubling. Failure to report for duty. So there are some definite warning signs here.
So just like anything else, we try to, we are objective here on this channel and in our opinions. But there's also it's very difficult when the evidence is staring you in the face to, I think, raise a couple of questions. Number one, just exactly how did this not get flagged much faster by anybody, especially when you get to 2 years on the job, 1979. There's a shots fired call here, or at least allegation that he pulls the trigger, and then it was sustained because he got a suspended 1 day. He got time off. But then you look at the things up on the top there. The very first IA that he had was a violation of department orders, meaning, his policies and procedures, and a supervisor immediately said, you know what, I'm going to write this guy up. explain to the audience what I mean by writing up somebody. Bob, you've done it before. John, and I'm sure Maureen. But if what, yeah.
No, I never have.
Yeah. So what exactly does writing up somebody, when it says a written reprimand, what does it mean for the audience?
Well, it's generally a synopsis of an incident that occurred where the officer, or in this case, the deputy, or actually he was an officer then, would have been performing at a substandard level in whatever the incident was, to the point that a supervisor felt it needed to be documented. And so that's what the reprimand would be. Most people, I think, are familiar with that term, reprimand. But so what they're doing in this case is they're creating the record like we see here, and they're just documenting it. And it could be the supervisor felt strongly enough that that this needed to be documented, or it could be a pretty strict policy. A lot of agencies have, and even back then, had very strict standards and adherence to department policy. And if you violated them, you could be subject to a written reprimand. That's probably what happened in this case. But you can see the progression of discipline in his record here. And I'm assuming that this is accurate. It appears to me to be accurate and well sourced. So he goes from abusive language to making threats off duty, to being late for work, where he bought a day on the beach or a day off without pay. And then he goes into a shots fired situation later on that same year, just a few months later. And then 2 days after the shots fired incident, he gets a complaint for brutality. That complaint was not sustained, as we can see. And we've all, as Chris pointed this out earlier, we've all had those brutality complaints. That's just part of the business. So any police officer, sheriff's deputy can be subject to those kind of complaints. But then we have off-duty conduct, gambling. He took another day on the beach, 1 day suspended. And then we have another shots fired incident. And it just goes on and on. So you can see the progression of discipline, or the progression of performance with the matching discipline. And my understanding is he had a total of 37 days suspended time at El Paso.
Bob, how do you think he got written up for gambling off duty? Like, did Vice hit some loc and he was in there?
Could be. Yeah, I mean, it could be, could be a girlfriend, or could,
Oh yeah.
Could be a girlfriend. And I don't know whether Nanos was married at the time or not, but I believe he was relatively young in 1978. He started when he was 20. So, he's probably in his mid-20s, early to mid-20s in 78. And he's out gambling off duty, probably with a girlfriend who, was somehow no longer his girlfriend, and then called internal affairs. And that's
not that ever happened.
Yeah.
Chris, I noticed on the first one regarding the violation of department orders, use of siren on a PD vehicle. And I don't know what the law is in Texas, but if you light your light bar up in California and you have your siren on, I'm assuming use of siren means he didn't have the siren on. He just had the light bar on. And I noticed that a few weeks after he's received the discipline or the written reprimand for, I'm assuming, failure to use the siren. That would be my guess. Now we mention a traffic collision. And so it may well be, and let me stress, I'm speculating, that he was responding to an emergency call or a situation where he felt an expedited response was required. He lit his light bar up and didn't turn the siren on, and there was traffic collision. And we've all done that. I mean, you know, in the old days, the sirens were basically right above where you were driving, and they were deafening. So it may have been a situation, looks like he's a young officer, and they wanted to get his attention by saying, you're going to cost the city money because you were in violation of either department policy or perhaps the Texas Vehicle Code. The other thing I would add is this, and you said it yourself, Chris. If you're an aggressive street officer, and by aggressive, I mean that you're out initiating activity, you aren't just sitting in your car waiting for a call, that you're out of your car, you're stopping people, you're doing field interview cards, and you're patting people down, you are going to get in situations where people are going to physically resist. And we are not paid to lose fights. And back in the era we are coming from, the fights tended to be very brief and you handled stuff. So if somebody was injured, had to go to the hospital afterwards, they could, of course, make a claim against the city, make a citizen's complaint claiming they were brutalized. And that's one of the hazards, unfortunately, of getting out of your cars and finding crime. And it's something, and boy, here I am, I'm going to be an old guy on my porch saying, get off my grass. You don't see a lot of that aggressive police work being done these days. Cops sit in cars and wait till they're called. At least that's been my experience.
Yeah, and do you see any of like a progression going on here? And I'm curious what Dr. Brucato is going to say here. It appears that he's got, obviously he's got his public persona with his career and his job and everything going on. But I don't know about you. I'm picking up on, just by the gambling aspect, the abusive language, the brutality concept, which, giving him grace, because, back then, like John said, it's 1979, it's a different time. It was not sustained. The supervisor said, okay, well, you know what, it happens. But then you start getting into this gambling problem off duty to the point where the agency investigated it. It's not like he went to Vegas and he did his own thing. No, this off duty, this was brought to the attention of the agency, and they sustained it, and they suspended him for 1 day. Okay. And meaning they took away his pay. And then if you look down at number 11 there, it says information only. I think that's an incident that is probably so sensitive that they had to document it to give it a case number in the IA file in case something else happens, down the road. And now we get into May of 1980, and violation of rules and regulations. This guy gets 10 days on the beach. Gary, do you see anything in the progression of behavior here that's causing you to say, well, that's interesting?
If I were asked like this to make a comment about somebody's record and it said there was a stack of bodies in his office and a smoking gun, I wouldn't comment on it, because the fact of the matter is it wouldn't be ethical for me to answer the question, because I don't know anything at all about the context in which this happened. Now, in general terms, if you're looking at a person's trajectory and there is a gradual increase in aggression or loss of self-control or brutality or whatever, then the implication would be that you need to fish to find out why that would be happening. But the problem is that out of context, it's impossible to say. There are a variety of reasons why things like that can happen. And, and they may mean nothing, or they could be extremely meaningful. But I think the point is there's no information to explain it. And just taken out of context, it can mean anything. I mean, I have it worked with people, for example, who are just hot-headed. I have worked with people who have ADHD. And you know, I've worked with people who have a personality problem. I've worked with people who are gradually developing a neurological problem and become disinhibited because they get older. I've seen people who are drinking, people who are doing drugs. In other words, it's absolutely impossible to understand without a lot of information. However, there are things there that, I mean, I can understand why they stand out and they're interesting. But the question that I would have is, how does it translate in what happened in terms of the handling of the Guthrie matter? In other words, what's the link? Because I think that's a really, I mean, I think that's where you're heading, and I'm just curious what the link is.
Okay, so we're going to get there. We're going to get there, but I don't want to get there too quickly because it's important that
But you understand that I have to be careful.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I just
absolutely.
can't do that. Yeah.
But we see a progression in behavior here.
Right.
And yesterday we saw a progression from Sergeant Cross go to the city council or to the board of supervisors and said, look, this guy has 100% vote of no confidence from his people.
100%.
Yeah, he said it's unanimous. That's what he said.
And that was a recent polling of the Deputy Sheriff's Association. So that was just association members, not everyone in the
association.
department.
Yes.
Yeah, just his members.
But
Now-
Brian Enton says most of the deputies are members of the association,
Mhm.
but you know, and he usually is very good on his reporting.
Well, there could be a management association too, right? Because lieutenants and above typically have their own bargaining units. And so Cross handles everybody up to probably sergeant. We had did we have the lieutenants in our, no, I didn't think so. I was only the chairman
Can I ask a question,
at
Chris?
one point. Go ahead, please.
Do any of you guys think that this behavior started after he got off probation? It had to be happening while he was on probation, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. That's a great point. But if we look at this, this is where I want to go with this and make the linkage to what Gary is asking. Okay. In this, you can see pushback. Okay. Meaning behavior that is starting to really reveal itself. And I counted up the days. This guy had 36 days of suspension.
Okay. I said 37 and I got that off of somebody's reporting that several people reported that, several reputable, if there is such a thing,
I could be
reputable
wrong,
news
but
agencies.
I could be wrong, but so let's make sure that we're accurate to your point, Bob. Okay. So if I go here, I'm going to start at line 24, 2 days, line 22, 15 days, line 21, 1 day. So that's 15. What's that? 18. Line 18, 3 days, 21. Line 17, 1 day, 22. Line 14, 1 day, 23. Line 12, 10, 33. And I'm going to start from the top down on this one. Line 5, 1, 34. Line 6, 1, 35. Line 8, 1, 36. Line 10, 1, 37 days. So this is a very embarrassing circumstance for the people in Pima County. Now,
For the people who hired him too, by the way.
for the people? Yeah, great point. Great point. Because this is what we know about El Paso.
So is there a world where, you know, talking about Gary's point here, you know, we don't have any context or anything. So is there a world where there were two guys working in IA that just hated Nanos no matter what, and were after him the whole entire time, and, you know, all but the gambling and the AD were, the accidental discharge were, you know,
It could be that's possible, but it's a pretty extensive record.
it is.
And you know, you said this, I believe it was the last show, Maureen, and that is the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, and that's how it relates to the Guthrie case, his record, and that's why we're going over this. So, you know, I think it's very relevant, and you know, especially since he is, you know, unfortunately, Nancy is not as much of the story as she should be. It's Nanos. And
Well,
that's unfortunate.
And you know, Bob, those are solid points, and it makes sense now when you see the sheriff, or let's say his number two, come out recently, and where he says, "I like the guy. You know, I worked with him forever, and then he became my boss." And all of a sudden, there was a reversal in role. And there's an old saying that says, you know, you just because you're the boss, you're measured by your people, and that measures how you're a leader. And so, you know, bosses aren't necessarily always leaders. And one descriptive word that his friend gave him, and he considered him a friend, was he's a bully, quote unquote. And we now can show that pattern existed back in 1979 forward. So I want to know what else is in that department in Pima County when he was a patrol officer before he became sheriff. I guarantee you, if there's 38 or 37 days, whatever it is, there's going to be some more. That's going to be my opinion on prediction. So I hope that the media will, and the Board of Supervisors will also FOIA those records and find out what's sitting in his file now, today, and why is that important, and how does it link? Because right now, you have somebody dug in who will not let go. He, immediately the very first day, remember in the press conference where he was asked a question, and he said, "Well, I don't usually get questioned." And then he goes, almost like, you know, "Why are you asking me these dumb questions?" Well, guess what? Okay. You know,
You're the guy at the podium.
Cowboys need to get off
You're
the
the
horse.
leader of the agency.
Yeah.
The public, your bosses, your constituents have every right and responsibility to question your actions and the way you're approaching not only this case, but the way you're running the department, the way you're working your budget, et cetera, et cetera. He's an elected official, and this is all fair game. And I certainly hope the people of Pima County will question this.
Yeah, and we started, you know, whatever, 50 days ago, and immediately I said there are two trains here. And they both left the station. You've got the sheriff in Pima County. He's not going to let go no matter what. And then you have the FBI, and, you know, that poor sack got a phone call. And I think, you know, Karen and I were talking about it. I think that how this thing went down, and this is just my personal opinion, I could be wrong. I think Savannah called her friend, the senator. Kelly called Cash. Cash called the sack. And the sack called Pima County.
Just for clarity, the FBI refers to their special agents in charge as SACs. DEA calls them SAC, but we don't. We call them SACs.
And what is SA? Joe, just a sec.
It's the same thing. It's a special agent in charge. Yeah.
Okay. So
I was waiting for you, Bob, to tell him that every time.
I've said a lot. I'll just,
Yeah.
okay. But
Okay.
you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Totally agree.
And so an ASAC would be like the number 2, or do you guys call them
No,
ASAC?
they're an ASAC. It's SAC and ASAC. But then the boss of the SAC is an ADIC, Assistant Director in Charge.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we're the acronym.
Like
Yeah, the alphabet. Right, the alphabet. So how does this impact the case overall? Control, in my opinion, is how it impacts the totality of this case. And whether or not this case stagnates and stalls because of too many opinions in the same room. And those opinions ultimately come back to the same guy that we just saw that had 30-something days early in his career on the beach. I don't think he's going to let go in any way, shape, or form, nor do I think he will admit he's made any mistakes. And that will cost the investigation.
Well, Chris, first of all, I'm going to disagree with you on the stagnation of the case. I don't think it's stagnant. I have all the faith in the world in the deputies, the police officers, and the FBI agents working this case. And nothing Nanos is doing is stalling them, especially since they're, in an FBI building right now in a task force situation. But that's just my opinion.
I'm not saying that it will get stalled. I'm saying ultimately the decisions come back to Nanos on his team, whether they're part of a task force or not.
Or who gets part of it, because he does seem to be vindictive.
Yeah, and therefore the media once again is focusing on him when we would hope that they would focus on Nancy and showing her picture as much as possible and doing whatever they can to compel the suspects in this case to come forward, reveal where Nancy is, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the problem, right?
Yeah, that's where I'm going too.
Yeah.
Because the information that should be flowing will come back to Nanos. And I think he'll put a kibosh on it if he doesn't feel that it's his decision. Because his personality is so, he's such a narcissist that he won't let his people do their bidding, because I have it from an inside source that he has a captain and another individual that are reporting directly to him, and everybody's reporting directly to them from the task force. And so it gets, the information goes this way, backwards, back to Pima County from the investigators, and he then makes the final decision and pushes it forward. And then they regurgitate it on the task force.
Well, is it wrong for Pima County guys to report up their chain? I don't think so. I mean,
no, it's not. That's not wrong.
No, I think that's typical. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's wrong when the sheriff makes the decision as to what the next steps are. That's wrong.
And we've
So we
all
don't know
worked
if
for
he's
people. We've all worked for
I-
people who, particularly in the arena of homicide, who, there were several years in a row when I had lieutenants and sergeants who never investigated a murder, and they were going to tell me how to do it, and they didn't know what they were talking about. So I don't think anybody would argue that the sheriff doesn't have a right. My question would be if the sheriff is actually manipulating the course of the investigation, if he's actually taking an active role in it, should he be, if he has no experience in the arena of investigating murders?
No, I agree.
That would be like me walking into a butcher shop and saying, I'm going to tell you how to cut those rib roasts. It's something I know nothing about. So this, perhaps he should sit back and have a little faith in his people and let them do their job.
And that's what
Yeah.
I'm sure. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I agree. I just, let me just add this though, that, you know, as the head of the agency, to be fair to Nanos, he's the elected sheriff. It is his agency. Whatever goes right gets put on him. Whatever goes wrong gets put on him. So I do believe that he needs to stay abreast of not only this investigation, but every other major investigation within the department, or any major event occurring within his department. That is his responsibility, and he has taken a lot of risks. Sheriffs get sued quite frequently, and there's no doubt in my mind that Nanos has been sued for a variety of things. It doesn't mean that he did anything wrong in those cases. It's just part of the game. And so he should be kept abreast. And to Maureen's point, going up the chain of command and having a captain or a chief, as he calls him. Remember, we went through the his chain of command. We went through that a couple shows ago, and and so he probably has a chief briefing him, and that would be appropriate. But what also would be appropriate, in my opinion, is to everybody's point, really, especially John's, is you let your competent, experienced investigators ply their trade. And if you see something going completely out of whack, then of course, as the head of the agency, speak up. If there's correction that needs to be made, make the correction. But you get out of the way and you let the PIO do the PIO work, and you let the detectives do the detective work. And this sheriff is not doing that to a significant extent, in my opinion.
It sounds
Right.
like he's just trying to do everything, and all that does is it just ruins everything. And you're right. I see exactly what you're saying. I was just trying to be the devil's advocate, because it has just been hammer time for him since minute one, and I too have been hammering him, so I can't blame it on anyone else. But you're right. He shouldn't be making those calls, because you've got homicide detectives, and that's what they're good at. That's what they're great at, you know. And the good news is he's not telling the FBI how to run anything, but they don't have the ticket on the case, the overall ticket on the case.
Yeah, and that's go ahead, Bob.
Well, and just one more point on this. We know from, and I'm sorry, I can't remember his name, the head of the police union, the sergeant.
Sergeant
Cross.
Yeah. Sergeant Cross said that Nanos is, and I don't know if he used the word vindictive, but he I'll paraphrase and say that he explained that Nanos was somewhat vindictive, and that's how he got transferred out of an assignment to the call center. And so, and we've heard that reported early on in the case, when apparently it was widely reported, and it sounds as though it's legitimate information that Nanos just a couple years ago, or within the last year or so, transferred all of the experienced homicide detectives out of the homicide unit because he had some disagreement with them, and so he's vindictive, and that creates another completely different dynamic within a law enforcement agency. When you have I've seen it before. Nanos is not the first one to do it.
I think we've all seen it.
But yeah, Maureen, John, Chris, we've all seen it, and it is a cancer within the agency when you have that dynamic going on, and that's unfortunate. That's what it appears to me to be going on here.
And what he did to his opponent. So I was listening to an interview with I think it was a city council member or something today. And the city council member happens to be a Democrat. And the person Nanos was running against is a Republican. And it was a very, very close race, as you know. I think Nanos ended up winning by 430 votes or something, a very small margin like that. But the female he was running against, the Republican, he ordered her to stay home, and she was on lockdown, and he put a gag order on her and everything else. And then he ends up winning by 430 votes or something. But and according to Sergeant Cross, also, it was just a really bully type move. And again, it just goes toward vindictiveness, which is just the worst.
Mm-hmm.
So, Gary, what were you going to say? And John, you're being quiet up there.
Well, John, you want to go first?
No, you go ahead and go first, Gary.
As I said, I'll speak in general terms because I don't know any context to talk about this case. But I'll tell you that there have been many times in my career, Chris, I've been there with you when it's happened because we work for the foundation where we have to speak to law enforcement trying to solve a crime, and sometimes there are egos involved because you're coming in later and they've been on a case a long time. You know how it goes. And there are three traits that I think are very problematic in a person that's in a position of detecting, where their personality could really get in the way. I'm not saying what's going on here. I'm just saying it's interesting in my experience. And they are all the same flaws that can affect a person who's trying to be a scientist. And the first one is impulsivity. Impulsivity is a problem because you have to be able to hold on to an idea and tolerate that you don't know yet if you have enough information to say that something is true or not. So if you're in a position, especially if you're going out to the public, you have to say, I can't answer that yet. We don't really know that that isn't true. It's a hypothesis, but we're putting it over here for now, right? So when I've seen people, especially in the public eye, that are in law enforcement that get impulsive is they rapidly comment on evidence or they say something prematurely. You guys know what I mean, right? It's better to just hold your language until you know, right? So that's the first thing. The second problem is when your personality is so controlling and so narcissistic that you can't tolerate the idea that somebody could know better than you do. So there's no team player atmosphere, right? So that's where, somebody comes in and goes, actually, we could do a better analysis of this if you'd let us. And you say, we don't need your help. We know what we're doing. So you get that character. And the third problem is when, and this happens to scientists too, is when part of your motivation for doing what you're doing is that you like the public facing aspect of it. And so you want to be liked by the public. So you don't tell them what is true. You tell them what you want to be true, right? Or what they want to hear, or you allow it to become a political thing, right? So like, for example, you see this a lot with the science surrounding certain things that have become political hot issues. Somebody should just come out and say, these are the facts. You do with them what you want. And that's the end of it. So that I think those three things, if you see them in a person who is supposed to be neutrally and objectively detecting, are going to become a problem. And I have seen that many times. Chris, haven't you, Chris?
Yeah, and I would explain to the audience what cognitive dissonance is and how that plays into what your thought process is.
Well, in what context do you mean it?
Well, could he be staring at what is and doesn't want to accept it and then transfer that onto other people?
Well, like I said, I'm speaking very generally because I don't know the details on this matter in order, what's going on in this person's brain. But I just think there are cases in which cognitive dissonance plays out. So cognitive dissonance is where you have two conflicting ideas and you want very badly for something to be true. So you sort of gradually deny the reality of one thing to make the other thing possible. Right. And you have to find a way to integrate it and make it true. And sometimes in people who have, let's say, a pet theory, a new piece of information comes forward and you block it out because it just doesn't jive with what you want to be true. And then you say to this supposedly objective person, well, why are you not willing to take in new information? And the true answer is sometimes, well, I don't like the idea that it isn't the one I thought of. That's as simple as that. I have an idea. I want to be right. So there are people for whom that stuff plays in. And so I just think that the best thing to do is to come out and say very little and to not give opinions prematurely. Like, for example, now I'm going to be very, very careful about how I word this, okay? But an example of something that I thought was a little unnecessary was coming out and talking about people being cleared. Now, I understand there was a political element to it. People were getting bothered and hurt and whatever. But the thing is, isn't it better to finish an investigation and then let something like, somebody later come out, like a DA or somebody, talk about that later? I don't know why it's necessary to do that. And didn't you guys find that a little premature, or ever hear a person
That
coming?
was
Before
unbelievable.
we go too far afield, can I come back? Because Gary
John.
brings up an excellent point, but you were talking about the arena within a law enforcement agency.
Yeah.
And I know you guys have seen this. There are law enforcement administrators, and I'm not saying there's any specific application to what we're talking about in Pima County, who view their positions as bosses that you as a subordinate owe them personal loyalty. And the reality is that when we all started on this job, we raised our hand and swore an oath to uphold the laws of the state of California and the United States Constitution. I did not, in any of the oaths I swore, promise to enhance the career of my boss or make him feel like I'm a loyal serf who comes in from the field to the baron and goes, "Yes, my lord, yes, my lord." And unfortunately, these are very often the people who rise within law enforcement administration. And so, Gary just said, they may have a completely different agenda. They may have a different view of the issue. And if you hold fast to the facts, why, you're being disloyal, you're being a troublemaker, you're not making me look good. And I think this is something that probably, your viewers need to be aware that I think they view police departments, law enforcement agencies as sort of monolithic. But there's often a very huge separation between the actual drones, the worker ants who are out actually doing the cop work, and the people running the departments. And you may be seeing an element of that. I don't know if conflict's the word, or
Yeah, but well, John, you're touching on that. I think drives home a very important point, is that when a person is simultaneously a cop and a political figure, you've got two separate things going on that are very difficult to reconcile.
Mm-hmm.
Because a cop, by definition, is going to have to come out and say things that are politically that aren't popular. Like, I know the public wants an answer on this, but I just don't have one. That kind of thing.
Yeah, so detectives baffled, vow arrest.
Well, but don't you guys think that's
Yeah.
more of the problem, is the dual role of being a public-facing political figure and being somebody that's supposed to be an objective kind of detecting figure?
Yes. And
hard
if you take, Gary, if you take a look at most, and I'm not saying all, but most police chiefs are not nearly as political as most sheriffs, because police chiefs are not elected officials. They serve either under a city manager or a city council, et cetera, whereas a sheriff, of course, is elected by the voters of that particular county. So you'll see, there's a very popular sheriff that I see all the time on YouTube. I think his last name is Judd. He's in Florida. I'm sure you've all seen him and know who I'm talking about.
Judd.
Grady.
Yeah, I mean, very well spoken, He's one sheriff that I would say would have the exception, in my opinion, on being the PIO and the spokesperson for the department on any case, because he's very, very good at it. But he's also very political from a cultural standpoint, meaning that he doesn't parse his words like a police chief would, for fear of offending someone. Okay. And so, and I say that is, in this day and age, that's political, you know, right? So there is a difference there. And, you know, a lot of people think a chief and a sheriff are really the same position, whereas they're not. They can be significantly different, in terms of how they govern the department, how they deal with the public, and how they deal with contentious issues within their agency.
Yeah, most police chiefs would be like, what happened last night? Oh, well, we responded to Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie's mom's house. Okay, well, what happened? Well, she's missing. Okay, well, who do we got on it? Well, the homicide or major crimes is into it. Okay, well, keep me appraised. Let me know what's going on.
Let me know if you need anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
10-8, all units cleared. Everybody run. But in today's modern world, and we talked about this, and this is, I think this is a very important conversation, from a panel like this, for the public to understand. Things are changing rapidly in the law enforcement arena, to the point where even now, just in, I think is it Pennsylvania, or the governor is saying he's going to arrest ICE agents at the airport, and it's a politician at a podium saying, I'm going to start arresting the arresters. Okay. I'm going to start putting these people in jail. I don't know about you. Even in the 60s, they didn't do that. Okay. or came out into the public. And this is a trend that's happening. And this is why politics needs to stay away from the Constitution. Because what ends up happening is you get stuff like this, where the victim gets lost and now the politician gets exposed. And now you have to measure that into, okay, well, how is that going to impact the suspect who gets arrested? And if you just do the math, I mean, Tyler Robinson, if you just listen to one influential podcaster, was executed, Charlie Kirk in this mass conspiracy. Okay. Well, that's what's happening. And it's happening a lot. Okay. And how do we, as professionals who have a couple of weekends in this, how do we feel about it? And that's kind of where I'm saying, how does this impact Nancy ultimately? Does it help? I don't think it helps in any way, shape, or form.
Well, do you guys, I'm sure you guys all heard that apparently, and this is also according to that city council person and many other outlets, but if it's not true, then we'll just, talk about it and throw it around and see what the deal is. But Nanos was asked under oath whether or not he was ever, if any discipline he ever received in his career met or exceeded getting put on the bricks or whatever, suspended.
Suspension.
And he said no. So will he be gone as a result of this? Because now they're all looking into it, that he can't survive that, to use a law enforcement term. He can't survive that, can he, Bob?
Maybe. And let me explain. The Pima County Board of Supervisors, and I think that's who you were referencing, Maureen.
Yeah.
It was one of the supervisors, it might have even been the president of a board. I believe he's a medical doctor, and I can't recall his name. I did watch that.
He is
same
a
interview.
doctor.
Yes.
He is a doctor. Yes.
Yes. Very well spoken. He presented an interesting case with respect to Nanos and Nanos's behavior, if you will. So my understanding is in Arizona, the Board of Supervisors, well, let me go back and just explain this. I know a lot of people know this, but some people don't. So Nanos, being an elected official, he doesn't report to the president of the Board of the Supervisors. He doesn't report to the city at all. He doesn't report to the mayor. He doesn't report to anyone except for the voters of Pima County. They are his boss. However, my understanding in Arizona is the Board of Supervisors can call him in and demand answers under oath that in a serious situation. And I know I'm making that sound very simple because and I have to admit, I don't understand the entirety of this thing in Arizona, but apparently they can do something like that. They can call him in. He has to appear. And they're going to question him with respect to his resume, his discipline in El Paso, his actions in the Guthrie case, and how he is managing the Pima County Sheriff's Office. Now, I don't know what weight that carries. I suspect that if they find that they need to take this beyond the sheriff in some way, that there would have to be something that goes to the attorney general and or the governor, because I believe the only person that can remove an elected sheriff in Arizona and most states, at least out west, would be the governor, unless the voters initiate a recall and take him out of office that way. So I believe that that's going to happen. Now, just for a point of information here, the only thing that the Board of Supervisors can do beyond that is they can withhold funds. They do control the sheriff's budget, so they can say yay or nay, or not approve this, or question that, or question this. I've sat in County Board of Supervisor budget meetings and been grilled on why we need funds for this and we need funds for that. So they can do that, and I think that that Pima County is very similar to where I worked. But so it's kind of a complicated dynamic here with the Board of Supervisors and the sheriff, and it'll be interesting. I'm sure. I don't think it's public. I think it's done in an executive session type of atmosphere.
Yes.
So I could be wrong on that, but I believe that that's how it will be done. And but hopefully somebody will leak what happened in there, and we'll find out.
Well, and here's the dangerous part. He took the first shot at them in the very first press conference.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I don't think he gets along with them, which is kind of typical, really. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, I think we all heard that and saw it and went, "Oh, that's not going to go well." And and the fact that Nancy is getting lost in this whole translation with what he keeps saying and how he keeps saying it. I agree with you 1,000%. Maureen and everybody, that the FBI, thank goodness they're involved. They can bring some sanity to the totality of this. There can be some clarity of focus inside that task force room. My fear is, and I only take my own experiences, and John and I worked together for many years with Bob. We have our own experiences that we can measure against. And when you come out of a task force meeting and you go back to your department and you say, okay, here's our assignment. This is what we need to do, A, B, C, and D. with a guy like Nanos, he goes, well, why? Or you get, we're not doing that. Or you get, okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. But here's what I want to do. Not what the investigation is moving in a certain direction, but how he feels he wants to move in that investigation. And for that, this is where you start getting into, the other problems with, well, okay, fine. You didn't want to do a secondary search right away. We get that. No problem. It was a walk away. That's how you guys approach it. However, you've got 120 volunteers out here. They got boots. They got water. I just need a supervisor to stand with them, and we need to direct it and run this whole little program here. And guess what? When they're done, if they didn't find anything, we said, thank you so much for coming out here. We appreciate you. Nancy appreciates you. The family appreciates you. Instead, with that kind of process, I think we're facing this kind of challenge. And I'm going to put this up. This is what the family is chasing. Now, one thing I will say about this as well, he has funneled the conversation into a single entity for the most part, and that's NBC.
Yep.
And I know that that's where Savannah works. We all get it. Okay. However, not everybody watches NBC. Again, I go back to putting everybody in the same room. You treat everybody the same from a public relations standpoint as a leader, not a boss. And you let the media do their thing because they need the media.
Someone needs to do the right thing. We are in agony.
Yeah.
We are in agony. It is unbearable. And to think of what she went through. I wake up every night, in the middle of the night, every night. And in the darkness, I imagine her terror. And it is unthinkable, but those thoughts demand to be thought.
Yeah.
And I will not hide my face. That she needs to come home now.
Yes.
That is brutal.
Gary, what's in your mind when you watch that?
Well, first of all, it's absolutely heartbreaking.
You're
you can't.
muted. Hang on for a minute.
No, we hear him. I hear you, Gary.
Maybe it's me.
Yeah, I can hear him.
It is me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Gary.
No, it's absolutely unbearable to watch it. But because I've done so much work with people who are affected by violent crime, including unsolved crime, that the things that she's saying are like archetypical of what a person is experiencing. She is like, that is the general thing I hear, and every time it breaks your heart. The envisioning what the family member went through, and the not being able to sleep because you're sitting up in the middle of the night thinking, what was the last thing said to her? Was there anything I could have done differently? Did I have anything to do with this? Did I tell her I loved her? Did I tell her goodbye? Did I, and so there is, I hear this, day in and day out, and it is really, really rough. But I, look, my heart goes out to the family. It really does. I agree. It demands an answer. I do. But that's precisely why there has to be an objective, fair investigation, to precisely for that reason, and even if people have an urgency for closure and they want an answer rapidly and so forth, I think it is the part, and I'm not speaking about this particular case, but it is, I think, the part of medical professionals and law enforcement to say, I know you want something today, but we're all just going to have to be patient, and it's going to take a long time, and that's going to hurt. And you have to do that with the public too. I think that's where the minute you start dabbling into politics, you've got a problem, because then you can't be objective like that. That's the whole thing. It becomes almost impossible. I don't know how anybody would be able to balance that. And that's why I have to ask, and this is going to come totally out of the naivete of not being in law enforcement, although I work with them often. I'm not in law enforcement, of course. My question is, wouldn't you normally have a person who went out and spoke to the public for you, like a PIO or something? Wouldn't you normally? Why would you do it directly? Is that my naivete, or is that? Do you guys agree that normally someone else would be the stand-in who comes out and delivers the messages to the public?
Gary, I'm going to refer you to point 3 that you talked to us about a little while ago.
I bet you wrote down. Yeah,
I did.
you go.
The motivation is public facing.
Yeah,
because it should be through a PIO.
So it's not just me.
No.
You guys.
Bob's been beating that drum since day one, and so is John, or so is Chris. All of us.
I was stunned when he came out the first day. The first day he made some general comments regarding the focus of his agency, and that they were dedicated to solving this case and finding Nancy. That would be appropriate. But after that, you step back and you let someone who has been professionally trained, who has no dog in the political fight, to then be I saw this, and I thought about all the years that we've had major events, and we never had. Well, I worked for a sheriff's department for 3 years, and we had some huge events. The sheriff might make a general comment and then would step out of the way. The same thing as Bob pointed out with chiefs of police. And so I'm just was surprised and really kind of saddened that this fellow obviously feels compelled to be the star. I'm reminded of the films, Sunset Boulevard. He's ready for his close-up, and it's sad.
What a great movie.
Oh yeah. Great.
Can I?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, please.
I was going to go back to your. Oh, go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
I'll just say real quick, had Nano appointed a professional, competent PIO, which I know he has, it would be perfectly fine for him to comment occasionally or give an interview occasionally, but in consultation with his detectives or, the supervisors running that unit. He is an elected official. I understand he wants to be the face of the investigation, but there's a way to do that where he is not the only face of the investigation. If he had just taken a more subtle approach to this, to John's point, and virtually everybody else here on the panel, and just stepped aside a little bit, left the day-to-day PIO work to a professional PIO, we wouldn't be in this predicament with him sucking up all the oxygen here. Go ahead, Maureen. Sorry to be long-winded.
Oh no, I couldn't agree with you more. But going back to, if I could, to Chris's points about a task force, and the task force coming to a conclusion of what the action items are and who's going to take care of them, and then having a captain go back to him and him trying to change them. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, because when you're in a task force, has he never been in a task force? I was on a sheriff's department task force for 6 years, or 7 if you count all the way through to adjudication. And it was with multiple agencies, with the LA County Sheriffs, and it was a gang unit. And we made decisions based on resources of my department. I was already tasked last week or the other day to go to my bosses, write it up and see if I can get money for another wiretap for the extension or for this, or can I get, 5 guys to bed this one bad guy down, because can I get a crew for that, et cetera. All this stuff's it's like in the works for weeks. And then you finally get it signed off on, and some jamoke is going to try to change it on you. That's going to affect my ability to garner resources when needed in this investigation.
Mm-hmm.
It just clogs, thumbs up the works when that's the last thing you need.
No shortage of jamokes in law enforcement, especially in the higher levels.
Well, I don't know. I think the finest people I've ever met have been in law enforcement. So, but they let's just say they make themselves known, the ones that are there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I would agree with you on that last statement as well. And so so now we got all these other rabbit holes that have created themselves with the most recent information. And where does it go from here? Has anybody changed? Whoops, I don't know where Bob just went, but
I've got a pretty good idea, but so let's just go.
I want to hear that. I'm just kind of opening it up. What's your thought process? Where does it roll from here, Maureen? Start us off.
You mean, are you asking me what how all of this is going to affect the investigation?
Yeah, ultimately.
I don't really know. I mean, I think if we do go to trial, I agree with whoever brought it up earlier that someone's going to get called to the stand, or Nanos is, and he's going to have to take a beating for a little while, because the defense is going to be blaming him for stuff. But the old saying is, if you can explain it away logically, the jury might be able to overlook it.
Okay, what say you, John? How does
I'm with Maureen in that I'm not certain. Maybe just let me express what my hope is going to be. Is at some point he is going to withdraw into the background, and that the investigation can proceed and without the fireworks show and the big parade. That the most homicide work is done quietly. We don't march around and wave flags. It's done quietly, and we really don't want attention drawn to ourselves. So maybe if the volume can be turned back from 11 down to 1, and the focus can return to Nancy, because it's been said like 5 different ways here that this has become that Nancy has receded into the background. So she needs to come back to stage center, and this case needs to be solved.
And I can say for sure that Nancy has not fallen in the background to any of us. I too have awakened in the middle of the night and have horrified with what that woman went through, and wish to God that I could have been standing right there to neutralize whoever came in to try to steal an 84-year-old lady who didn't have her hearing aids in, to steal her out of her bed and cause her to bleed and remove her from her home and torture her family. Just watching Savannah a few minutes ago, is there anything that ignites the heart of a law enforcement officer more than something like that? Nothing.
The number of times we've seen that, we've been in that situation with the victim having this grief and this agony expressed to us. And it is heart-rending, and I would venture that this entire panel here has spent any number of hours just attempting to brainstorm some other way to look at this case. And so, yeah, we're certainly on the outside, but there is both an emotional and intellectual investment that we've made.
Yes.
And I agree. And I'm worried about that cognitive dissonance problem here because we see the grief on her, which is
feel it.
expensive. You can feel it. You can feel it. That's deep right there. But is that, has he forgotten about that piece of the puzzle from the very beginning? And if he hasn't, then why isn't he on his own, just stepping out of it? And the reason I'm saying this is because I don't think he is, because he keeps giving these one-off interviews, and he just comes off again like you just fell off a turnip truck. And it's like, shut your mouth. And I said this weeks ago. Just shut your mouth, let your people do their thing. And when they come to you and say, okay, we're going to pull the trigger and here's the reason why, and here's what we have, that's when you can go out to the podium and say, look what I did.
Yes.
Okay? But until that happens, I don't think investigators, because I've been under this pressure before, and even when John was my boss, he covered, screen for me on many cases where I was actually ordered one time to arrest somebody for murder because the supervisor at the time felt that was the right guy. And it got so bad that I pushed back on this person. I'm not going to name any names. And I said, you have the powers of arrest. You arrest him. Okay. And of course, that didn't go over very well, but he did arrest him. And when I arrested the right people, which were a total of 3, who were all convicted and have all been in prison, there was nothing greater than walking, because he was in the monitoring room, watching the perpetrator confess to me that they did it. And I walked out and I said, I suspect you probably want to run over to the jail right now and 849B those folks.
Yeah.
Okay? That one
That
person.
means unarrest.
Do the release paperwork. Most Ricky Tick.
I'll be here. I'll be here waiting. Okay. And so my fear is he's going to make decisions like that because his team, he's vindictive enough and he has a track record now that is proven. There's a track record. He's reckless. And he responds from an emotional response. And this cognitive dissonance that I'm thinking about, he's not letting the authorities, meaning his team and the FBI, it's all going to come back to him because he still feels like he's got control, because he's still going to lean on the idea of, no, this is my case because it's in my city, meaning my jurisdiction. Thank you for your help. I'll decide whether or not we're going to do that. Okay? And he'll line it up to when it's only his sunshine coming through the window and not Nancy's.
You know, I was listening to Megyn Kelly's true crime podcast today, and there were 3 attorneys on. I won't name any names, but one of the attorneys, let me back up. They were talking about Nanos, as you could imagine. It seems like everybody is talking about Nanos instead of Nancy. But they're talking about Nanos, and then they transitioned in and asked each one of the attorneys, whoever was moderating, asked each one of the attorneys if they thought the case was going cold. And one of them said, oh, absolutely, it's ice cold. It's ice cold. And And then I heard several other talking heads, both on the news, on YouTube, other podcasts, say that they believe that this case has gone cold. And in the same breath that they're talking about Nanos. And just for the record, I don't believe this case is even close to being cold. I think it's still very warm. I'm not going to say it's hot. We don't know if it's hot. It could be ice cold too. We don't know. But I believe that it's still a very, very viable, warm case, and that we will have some closure to it at some point here in the near future. But getting back to Nanos and the cold case idea, I just think too many people are wanting something to talk about. I wish they would get tired of talking about Nanos so that we could actually talk about the case. But now they're leaping to the conclusion that this thing is cold because they haven't really heard much from the investigators or the progress of the case. It's all about Nanos, which was my leading point earlier. So this is transitioning, and this is an effect, I believe, of Nanos totally blowing his role in this case.
Yeah. John,
There's
what
a
do you
great
think?
saying,
Go ahead.
real quick. There's a great saying that I heard a big boss say to an ASAC about a really high performer. The ASAC was saying to the boss, you know, I'm trying to get this agent to do this and this and this, and the boss said, for God's sake, let your stallions run. Let them run.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what a good leader does.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
They know what they're doing. The last thing they need is for you to hold their hand. So sit down, slow your roll, and let the stallions run.
Do you think that can happen here? Anybody?
Well,
Not
it
with
depends on who
Nanos.
your stallions are, because
Yeah.
I know some stallions that have told every boss you can think of,
Yeah.
dude, I'm not doing that, so just stop talking, you know?
It's interesting.
And if you've transferred your senior people out, which is what I understand happened, you transferred your stallions out to another location. But
Yeah.
what was said about letting your stallions run is absolutely true. When I was a sergeant, I did very little in the way of supervision. I even worked cases, which was unheard of, because I had detectives that I said, you're grown-ups, you got a badge, you got a gun, use your imagination, go out and catch bad guys. I am not going to tell you how to do it. And not that they would have listened, but this is part of the problem here also is that if, as we understand, the really experienced homicide investigators were transferred out, and I don't know in what manner, you know, if they've got, if it's an agency where you serve at the sheriff's pleasure and he can move you wherever you want, but you've actually hamstrung yourself. And I don't understand why you would do that. I mean, I will give a lieutenant I worked for some credit. I had him eating Rolaids like M&Ms, but he never attempted to get me out of the unit because I knew my stuff and made him look good. And he just stayed out of the way because I made life difficult for him, but he also stayed out of the way because I knew my job. And
We can tell you were like that, John. People can tell you were that type of a boss and a leader and everything.
When I had Chris, he'd come in and Chris would find stuff. You know, I'd give him cases, but my detectives would come in with stuff they found. And they'd say, can I put my other stuff on the side and go after this? Yes, absolutely, if it's a bigger case. I don't know that I'm getting that sense of enthusiasm. If you have, and you guys have all worked with good teams. I don't know that I have enough insight as to what's occurring there, but I wonder if there's that sense of enthusiasm just firing the task force.
Yeah, that's well said. And by the way, John is a great boss to work for, because you knew he trusted you. That's the bottom line. That's what it comes down to. And trust is not earned. You don't earn trust.
Well,
Trust is shared. If you share with me, I share with you, and that gains trust. Just like in a homicide interview, you don't earn their trust. You share with them, and they share why they killed that person. I can tell you, from a 90% solvability rate, that they used to call me Father McDonough. And that was, am I right, John?
Yeah, you were the second one to hold that, because I was Father John.
That's right. We had,
and my mom's brother on the Chicago Police Department was known as Father Mike.
there you go.
And
Here's
yeah.
the punchline. They wanted me to be a priest.
Yeah.
When I was in junior high school, I was sent on and I won't go into the details, but I was actually, they thought I had the makings of a priest. I will credit the seminary fathers for coming to their senses.
What were you going to say, Bob?
So my nickname was the Honey Badger.
And I can see that too.
So
Yeah.
I used to get sent that video all the time, Bob.
Yeah.
That's a great video on YouTube for anybody that
It was-
hasn't seen that. And,
They're
and
just
it
like,
starts
look at
with
that honey
nasty. I won't
badger.
say. Yeah, I can say it. Nasty ass honey badger. Go to YouTube, watch that. It's funny as hell.
I know I'm a honey badger too.
And,
No, one of my guys in Wyoming when I was a lieutenant tagged me with the honey badger, and that's because I was fighting for them and I let them do their job. So
Right.
that's why I got that.
Big cobras come after the honey badgers. They're like, honey badger doesn't give a shit.
It pretends it's dead and eats it. I was just thinking about that the sheriff is a boxer, and I was thinking about the double meaning of that word, because on the one hand it's a fighter, but to box can also mean to like close something in and not let it move.
Yep.
Like you're that kind of boxer. You stick it in a cage and you sort of like box it in. And it's interesting. It sounds like what you're implying is going on. Not a letting your stallions run, but a caging, holding back, keep limiting. And that's very interesting. I love language when it does that. But
I would say more it's a singular sport as opposed to a team sport, like a tennis player.
That's interesting too. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Well, but how that relates here, I leave that to you guys to talk about. But I guess what's fascinating is that depending upon who happens to be on the law enforcement side in a given case, the way that the individual's personality can flavor the investigation is so fascinating to me. For example, you remember the Zodiac case? Of course you all do. You remember the very colorful character of Dave Toschi, the chief investigator in San Francisco, who was the inspiration for the main characters in Bullet and Dirty Harry and everybody wearing their holster a certain way. Remember that whole thing? Like that came from Dave Toschi.
Shoulder rig, yeah.
Which is hilarious to me. And this interesting thing happened with Toschi was that at one point where he was sort of fizzling out as being very hot in the public eye because the Zodiac case was slipping away in terms of being front page news. And he was accused of actually writing fake Zodiac letters talking about himself to get himself back in the newspaper. And they wound up demoting him to to working on burglary or something. He was taken off the case. And then what was interesting about it is that they found out when they investigated it that at one point he actually wrote anonymous fan letters about himself to an author because he liked the praise. And
So weird.
very interesting how that stuff happens, So, I guess what happened, Chris, what are you thinking? You have such an impish grin on your face.
He does.
I love it.
The candy shop.
I was thinking, it's crazy, but
it's fascinating how sometimes the personality of a person can start getting in the way. And there are many cases in which that has happened. I don't know if that's going on here, but it's interesting. Because like in the Toschi case, people used to say it's almost like he doesn't want it doesn't want it solved because then he won't be in the spotlight anymore.
Oh my gosh.
It's so interesting.
my concern, thinking about, to your point, my concern that this thing has gone. Yes, I don't think it's cold as well. Everybody, and that's my assessment of it as well. However, I think it's warm. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think it's hot. I think, running around, trying to put people in the circle, they're chasing the circle and they're asking the how.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I've seen this so many times, especially with the Cold Case Foundation, where you'd be doing a debrief with an agency and you go, well, did you think about this? And they go, oh, what? No, we didn't do any of that. Okay, well, let's try it, shall we? Okay. And everybody today has one big word for investigations, and that's DNA. That's all they think about today is, digital footprint, DNA, we need, well, let's say it's a family member, hypothetically. Well, that person's DNA is going to be in the building. So how are you going to put that case together? Guess what it comes up to? It comes up to, by the way, the door was wide open in the back of the house. Really? Who told you that? Well, when we got here, the door was wide open. Okay, deputy, who told you that? Well, the family did. Oh, so it's kind of like Jim Gaffigan, roll yourself up in a sleeping bag, roll over for when the bears come, okay, and pretend you're dead. Who thought of that? The bears? It's kind of like don't get so far down the road that you lose the fact that you have a set of headlights and you just need to pull push the button or turn it on your turn signal nowadays, and the lights come on. And because in this situation, this is not, in my opinion, this is not a complicated case. It's complicated because there are 10,000 theories on social media. So therefore, it's complicated. We've gone from the Persians have done it, okay, during the Iran bombing. Now we've got a Persian lady living in a guest house on the property. So she must be the suspect, or at least a family member.
Yeah.
To, wait a minute, it must be the cartels. Her body's probably over in Mexico. We'll never find her. Okay. To, well, we need 4 or 5 dates locked down here to, yada, yada, yada. And the list just goes on. We can go on for days here and days. I always like to narrow it back down to the fundamentals, right? Isn't that what that's what our foundation's about? The reason we solve cold cases is because they go cold because everybody was chasing the rabbit holes. And what does it come down to? It comes down to, what, I need to talk to you again. About what? Well, I don't know this. The last time we talked, this didn't make sense, or that didn't make sense. Okay. You know what we haven't heard? We haven't heard, and hopefully they're holding this close to the chest still. We don't even know what was taken out of anybody's cars or anybody's houses or anybody's phones. We don't have any of that information. What we have heard is everybody's cleared.
Except the 3 people who they affected warrants or detained or whatever, the sheriff didn't clear those guys.
No, he hasn't. No, he has not. 100%. But are they the waiters? Or are they the chefs?
Right.
You forgot the theory about the porch person being female.
Oh, that's the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other porch, go ahead, John.
No, I was waving an insect away. It's spring here.
No, I mean, we're down to this idea that says, okay, what do we have? And this is where you need another trigger event to the public. And what I mean by that is this. We always talk about what's the trigger event for a suspect, et cetera. But investigations are also fluid and they're living. They're constantly moving. And in homicide, when you start feeling that the public is getting stagnant, well, then you have to trigger the curiosity of the public to kick on viable leads. And that means, we'll just use the Marin case for an example. LAPD, because it was over in over off of Figueroa. They had the DNA from the hat where the guy was wearing the Nike hat, and they had a match from Marin in Maryland and the break-in from the little girl in Los Angeles. Mm. And they held the hat back because they didn't want to compromise the investigation. Okay.
I remember it intimately.
Remember it?
Oh, yes.
And I called a friend of mine who's a captain in LAPD and said, what the hell? Why are you holding this hat back? Well, we don't want to really talk about it right now. I said, you know what? You don't you think you should fire this off to the public? Okay. And the next day they had a presser. They kicked the hat off, and guess what? They caught the suspect in a bar in Oklahoma wearing an exact duplicate hat that he purchased. Okay. A leopard doesn't lose its spots. Okay. Now they kicked off the bag. Everybody thought, okay, this is a good idea. Let's see how many leads we can get, yada, yada. Well, guess what? They may have some other information rather than the public saying, look at the gait of how this guy leans when people come down the hallway or down the driveway and lean over, and everybody goes, look, it's the same lean. We don't know that. Nobody knows that. Okay. However, if you have information that is going to kick viable leads off, if you want viable leads, well, then you have to ask the public for viable leads. Don't put bulletin boards up and say, give us a call if you know something about Nancy Guthrie, and push them around the United States. You got $1,200,000 sitting out there. And if there's more than one person, yeah, they're going to push against each other. But in all honesty, how often does that happen?
If there were 2 or more people, we got to believe that one of those person is either dead or you're going to be, you may be dead soon. So go for the money.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, but if he's looking at maybe, a first degree murder, and in Arizona, they'll pitch you forever. Is $1.2 million worth it?
Well, you could go to an attorney and let the attorney try to bargain a deal for you, and let's see what the attorney comes up with. It's going to be a better deal than being dead out in the desert, getting ripped apart by coyotes.
Yep.
Yeah. So
if that hasn't already happened. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Yep.
so they're turning on each other in theory, shooting each other. I'm not saying that personally, but is it possible? Absolutely. Is there, right? There's no loyalty among thieves. that among murderers, I don't know if they'd be whacking each other in totality
Well, Chris, can I ask?
because they need each other.
Is it all right if I ask a question, Chris?
Of course, yeah.
So,
So I-
as time goes on, and I think we are trying to be good scientists where we have a hypothesis and we're sort of shaping it as new information comes in. So if you watch back to back all the different episodes we've done, you can see an evolution of thought as data comes in. I mean, that's what we do, right? And I just wanted to get a sense. I was hoping tonight to get a sense of what we feel at this point actually happened here, because I think the audience is very hungry to know if we've changed our thoughts about this. I'm reading their comment, and I guess what I wanted to know is this. It seems to me that I am increasingly comfortable saying certain things, and other things I think we have to leave in the I don't know yet kind of category. But like, for example, are we all comfortable saying that this was not a one-person job? Do we all
Yes.
agree that there was more than, I mean, I certainly think that.
I'm only comfortable saying that because of a vehicle.
See, now that's very interesting. I have different reasons for thinking it, but I'm fascinated to hear that. What do you mean?
Well, if you put yourself in the perpetrator's shoes,
Mm-hmm.
you've spent weeks thought process
Mm-hmm.
preparing to get it for the night of February 1st. Okay.
Mhm.
Allegedly, they're looking for things early on to show, was this person and or persons in the arena before the murder. Okay. All right. So now you have to go through this idea that says, okay, tonight's the night, let's go. Okay. So you're going to drive your own car over there. Number one, let's use that as a hypothetical.
Right.
All right. One guy, one car. That means we're good to go. Let's go. You drive over, you do the deed. Now you have a management problem.
Right.
Okay? You have a management problem, especially if you're going over there with the intent to kill her. Let's just play that.
Another one of the questions I had about if we thought this was a
And everybody jump in at any time.
You're going to need two people to carry the body.
Yeah.
And assuming she's alive, you're going to want somebody to manage her while the other person drives.
Okay, so now you have to think, right, what John's saying. You have to think, okay, well, I got to position the car because I have to lower my risk and I have to conveniently get her out of the house quickly to the car. Okay, so now, does he go into the house? And we're only using the one person theory. But before he gets in the house, he's doing all the craziness with the weeds and pulling the whatever, all the stuff. Okay. But then he goes in the house and he says, you know what? I'll just leave the back door open. I'll just leave it open for tomorrow when they discover she's gone. Okay. And I'll just go through the front door because that's where I've positioned the car and I've parked it there. And I know that I can get her out through the front. Okay. Well, why didn't you just position it in the back of the house by the gate and take her out the back door where nobody will see you? So the fact that if it's a one-person job and he's parked out front, guess what? He just raised his risk of a car coming by, driving down the street, and then the cops doing a canvas going, hey, did you see anything? Yeah, there was a car parked out in front of her house last night at 4 a.m. Oh, really? But if he would have parked in the back by the garage and gone through that little gate and gone through the door that he left open, that would have been a much more logical, lower your risk type of problem. Okay.
Right. Although, in fairness, Chris, this doesn't sound like the thought process of a person dumb enough to wave the plant in front of the camera. In other words, you sound like an intelligent person with pre-planning, but we could be dealing with a person intoxicated on drugs or a moron. And you know what I'm saying? So it does raise the question: is that person intelligent like you?
This moron got her out of the building.
Right. In the final, from a functional perspective, he accomplished what he set out to do.
Well, I think this person is a doofus and probably an 84 IQ, probably maybe maybe a high 60s. I don't know yet. Okay. However,
Pretty low.
with the one person hypothesis. Now, once he's in the house, he's got whatever the time frame's going to be. There's arguments about that now in terms of how much time, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Okay. Let's just say he's in the house. Okay. Now he's got a control issue. Okay. And a control issue to the point where he's got a gun. So that's a tool to handle control. And that gun may or may not be in play. If he went in there to kidnap her and take her out for ransom, and it goes sideways, well, what went sideways is the next question for me. One person.
She died.
To
To
the point where
she died.
to the point where he uses violence because she's bleeding, or he grabs her wrong because she's elderly and she's on blood thinners and her skin can tear rather rapidly. It's very easy.
Very easy.
At 84 years old. If he grabs her and he's pulling her out that door, okay, and he's dragging her out the front to get to his car that's parked out at the bottom of those stairs around the little loop, okay, that is risk number 475, whatever it's going to be. Because again, he's pulling her out into the public domain where there's a possibility of his car, his person, anybody an eyewitness potentially could see this person. Okay. I see this guy of doing everything of lowering his risk. Everything says, no, I'm going to pull the cameras off. I'm going to smash the camera inside the house. I'm going to canvass the neighborhood allegedly. I'm going to do everything I can. I'm going to come with my kit. I'm going to be ready to do what I got to do. Okay. And there are many cases, out there. Well, why not just go in the house and go boom, wrap her up in a piece of tarp, pull her out, throw her in your vehicle and drive her away. That's a one person scenario, much lower risk, because now all you have to do is move the body and you can dispose of the body in that desert. And, she probably won't be found unless
no, she won't.
Unless it's a hiker who gets lucky on a trail that, this individual knew and they had a familiarity with the area and they decided to drop her off in, a place that they had previously visited even before the crime. Okay. And i.e. the Maya Maletti situation right now in San Diego.
Right.
Okay. So now that's number one. Anybody you want to throw in?
So we agree. I just want to do it like almost like a logical.
No, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. So we have established that we definitely agree that it was more than one person. Like that's for sure. Okay. The second thing I wanted to ask is we all think there had to be a vehicle. Definitely a vehicle involved, right?
Absolutely.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Okay.
Yeah.
There's always a vehicle. It always goes back to the vehicle oftentimes. Yeah.
Okay. And we also think that whoever did this is not anything impulsive. There was meticulous planning and a forethought that went into this. So then the next question is, because I'm working through in my mind very meticulously each thing to see if it's an assumption or if we're comfortable with it or whatever. So the next thing is, do we believe that there was a long period where this group of people would have been casing the place, talking to each other in some way beforehand? Or do we buy into the idea that there are going to be dates? So it looks like there's almost
February 11th is a date.
Yeah. It looks
has anybody explained why January 11th is significant?
Or January 11th, because they're saying that one photo, which you guys were the ones that keyed on it, that said it's too dark out there for it to be the night of the full moon. But it was too pixelated to determine a lot of other things. But they did go there before. And my question to the team and to you, Gary, is how did why did that person stand there, show up, weeks before?
Right.
Why were they comfortable doing that?
Bingo.
That you anticipated my next question exactly, which is the next thing I want to check off the list is, are we all comfortable saying this person knows this home, knows this environment, knows these people, knows that, in other words, suggesting somebody on the inside of the circle. Do we still feel that after everything that we've heard? I think so.
Knows that the back door was left open because apparently it is now a fact. The family has come out and said that Nancy did, in fact, leave her back door unlocked.
Okay, so let's stop right. That is a great point. So let's stop right there.
Yeah, that is a very good point.
It's an excellent point. I mean, it's a dynamic point.
Yes.
Again, who said it?
The Guthrie family apparently put that out.
Got it. The Bears.
According to Brian Enton.
Okay, I get it. The Bears. Okay, so now let's because you're from Chicago. The Bears. Let's reverse. Let's really think about this collectively as a panel.
Right.
You can't get through that front door.
Hell no.
No.
Not without reaching tools or a winch and a truck.
I'm 84. I'll just leave the back door open.
Open or unlocked?
Unlocked, I would say.
Why?
That's a good clarification.
Leave the back open. Is that what you're saying, Chris?
Wait a minute.
Cameras and a fortress-like front. If you're going to leave the back open.
Mom, yeah. You lived around here, what, how many, 20 years ago? Yeah. And there was a 261 series going on. Yeah. And you lived through that horror? Absolutely. Okay. Well, we're going to take care of you. We're going to get cameras. We're going to put the heaviest door we can on your front door. We're going to make sure you have all of the things that you're going to get spotlights. We're going to put cameras on the guest house. We're going to do all of this and make sure you leave your doors open at night. Okay. Can you do that for me? Okay. No problem, son. No problem, daughter. No problem, son-in-law. No problem. Blah, blah, blah. Click.
Right.
Okay. I'm not buying that because I have an 86-year-old mother-in-law who lives in Michigan. And the first thing she asks me every time I go visit is, can you check the doors and the windows and the curtains? They're not closing all the way. Okay. No problem, Mom. I'll help you out. I'll take care of it. Not a problem. And then if you think about this, everybody has said there is no way you can get through that front door. It's like in LA. What do you guys do in LA? You used to throw the hook on the front door and rip the entire front door.
They use the LAPD tank to remove it.
Well, or they hit the battery
winch, or a winch or breaching tools. Yeah. We go to breaching classes.
Okay.
Because those are hard doors to get in, and they make a ton of noise.
Yeah. So you get an 8. So now you've got Mom with the LA, Compton door, South Central
but it's
door.
also a Spanish style door, and it's designed so that you can have the wooden door open and get a breeze through the house. It's great.
Yeah, they're amazing. And when you close the other door behind that door, you have 2 layers of security. Okay. So to your point, and to, think through this. So now we go, you know what, Mom? Or if I was the first deputy, so what did you see? What did you find? What happened? Oh, well, when we got here, the back door was open. What do you mean the back door was open? Oh, well, she always keeps her door open. She keeps it unlocked. For me,
family didn't say she kept it open. They said the door was unlocked. So,
Unlocked.
Bob, that was a good catch. So, thanks for the.
Okay, the door's unlocked.
Yeah.
All right. And so that kicks off into a safety conversation with Nancy.
Yeah.
Mom, we don't want you driving. Get an Uber. We're worried. We're concerned about your safety. Okay. I always on Saturday nights get Ubers, and I'll come over with an Uber. Not a problem. I don't like driving at night anyway.
And she likes having a glass of wine or a what do you call those Mexican drinks?
Margarita.
Margaritas. Yeah.
I knew Bob would know that answer.
That's right.
Okay. This is why victimology is critical.
Yes.
This is why victimology is so critical for the minutia details.
Absolutely.
So
Why it's important to do this meticulous, simple walking through.
well, this is what we do, right, John? I mean, we break these things down. You write them up on the board, and you say, "Well, that's stupid," or "That sounds right," but it's stupid and it sounds right. Okay, and you can put all three categories.
Right, but there's a lot of, so far, virtually everything has held from what we said in the beginning. I mean, that's part of what I'm trying to demonstrate here is like, it's very basic, but it hasn't budged.
Okay, but wait a minute. What if we think about just this idea of the back door's unlocked?
Yes.
The back door's unlocked. Okay. Well, we know that the front door was locked, allegedly. Okay. And we know that door is the first door the suspect went to. Well, do we know if the suspect had not done a previous recon on that house to see if at any time he checked or she checked the doors? You would think if you're going to go through all of this to get an 84-year-old woman out of that house, and you're going to show up on January 11th and stand in the exact same porch that you're ultimately going to go up on, okay? And let's say now, let's go to the two perp problem. Let's say there's a second suspect involved. Is that the person coming through the front or through the back, through that open door? And now, that guy, it makes sense with him leaning over, looking through the side window. Is he looking for his partner? Or, that's two-person, right? Two-person hypothesis. The management problem still becomes a problem. The point of entry is if you're willing to go around the house and knock that one light out by the side, that one garage door, why are you doing that? That just seems like extra effort for nothing. Because
a lot of this does.
Yeah, because at the other, you know why? Because it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Right. And DLR, when it doesn't look right, doesn't sound right, doesn't feel right, it's not right. Okay. Go ahead.
But so speaking of which, if somebody on the inside of the circle was on the inside of the circle, they might know that she tended to leave the back door unlocked. Then why would be the offender trying to bust through get through the front in that ridiculous way? It doesn't make sense. They would just go around the back.
Again, it goes back to the idea of the minutia details. The stupid details tell the story. They always tell the story. It's
Sherlock Holmes.
How many crooks have we talked to? Really bad people. We've all done it. And the dude looks at you and go, officer, you're wrong. What do you mean I'm wrong?
Well, there's a famous.
You're wrong. You got it wrong, man. I didn't have a screwdriver. I didn't have a hammer. Where'd you get all this stuff? Well, what did you have? Right here. Let me show you my bag. And there's nothing in there. Oh, wow. Okay. So, and then you ask yourself, you walk out of that room and you go, who told us about this, this, and this? Oh, okay. Well, let's kind of figure that piece of the puzzle. So if we're looking at the bears here, okay, meaning this idea that says when the first officer got there, the first thing you do in Homicide 101 is you interview the very first responder who got on scene. And you ask them, and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody here, dude, gal, or whoever, what was going on? What happened? Man, when I got here, this was crazy. This, and this. Okay, did you take notes? Yeah. Okay, great. Oh, you didn't? Write it down right now. Put it down. Okay. Where's my witnesses? Over there. What's it look like? A, B, C, and D. Okay. We don't need to go in right now. We'll lock it down. We'll see what we've got. Okay.
Expand the crime scene.
Yeah. Put tape on.
Let's do that.
Knock it down. Exactly. Okay, and so from there, who do you go to? You go to the family. Who's your RP? Okay, so what happened? When's the last time you did A, B, C, and D with your mom? Okay, fine, that's great, no problem. Do you know the name of the Uber driver? Do you know, blah, blah, blah. How did your mom, did you use the app or does she use the app? Oh, my mom does. She has it on her phone. Okay, fine. Do you know where her phone is? No, when I dropped her off, she left it, blah, blah, blah. And you just go over all of this stuff. And then the next morning, okay, you get to that conversation or, the next day and the person says, yeah, and she leaves all of her doors unlocked. Okay, well, explain that to me. She's 84 years old. You dropped her off because she was, whatever the story is. What time did you get here? And this is where you go through that problem. Okay, and then what happened? And then what took place? Okay, now all of those details can come out by one question on a polygraph, which will never be admissible in trial anyway. Again, do you have any involvement in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie? No. Okay, that's fine. If you put them on a CVSA, you may get a different result. It all depends. Okay. Those things, if you put a spaghetti strainer on their heads, again, and attach them to the Xerox machine, you'll get a third result. Okay. They're just tools. Okay. And people are good at telling stories and they're very good at laying out, all these other things that could happen. Okay. And then you get the anomalies. Again, the two-person problem. You got a management problem. Now you're in the house. There's two of you. Okay. Well, where's all the blood transfer from the footprints when they're bringing her out of the house? If she's bleeding, there's nothing there. Okay. They're not stepping in blood that she's bleeding. Okay. So does that mean she's being?
So they're not
led?
behind her with a gun while she's poking her to walk her out, and she's bleeding because then they'd be stepping in it.
That's right. You'd be walking
Pretty
all
much.
over. Yep.
And there was nothing in the house that led them, the initial deputy response, to believe that sort of crime had happened. They believed it was a missing person walkaway.
Right. Yet now we know, according to some reporting, I don't know how accurate it is yet, that there was blood at the front door at the threshold when inside and outside. But we know that's 90 degree, so it's very slow. She's standing upright, maybe 3 to 5 feet. Wherever she's bleeding from, I'm still not convinced. There's there's only one way to tell is you swab that aspiration, what appears to be aspiration, and see if there's any saliva or anything like that inside of that for DNA. But here's an interesting thought that the sheriff gave us when he got the DNA. He said, well, we've got some other DNA that we're hoping we can put into CODIS. And then he followed it up with, but the other stuff was family, and we expected that to be there.
Which
That
makes
was
sense.
Right. So now you go, okay, well, if you're looking at who the first people on the conveyor belt are, okay, you want the last person that saw her alive and the first person that discovered her. Okay. And just happens to be the same people in this case. Okay. That's a rarity. It's a very rare situation. Drew Peterson, that was that way, the cop of 30 years from Illinois. Okay. In your neck of the woods back there. Okay. That guy, when one of the witnesses in that case said, it was really weird when I found her, because he sent her in, to see if there was a crime in his uniform. Remember that? He sent her in and she goes, what's weird, there's no towel here. And she's in the tub. And before the cops got there, he ran up, grabbed the towel and came down and set it on the side of the tub. So when they got there and their CSI got there to take photographs, okay, there's the doggone towel sitting right there. Okay. So in this case, that was the bears.
Yeah, no woman gets in a tub without a towel at the ready.
and no woman leaves her house without her purse, her jewelry, her phone, her hearing aids, and the list just goes on. And I would submit to you, no 84-year-old woman who is sharp as a tack would forget to lock her doors.
The family says she didn't lock that back door.
That's great.
It was probably a problem, but who else would know that? Whoever stayed in that, this is the first I'm hearing of there being a house guest or someone staying in the guest house.
Or at least somebody
Maybe-
said that. We don't know. That hasn't been
Yeah,
established.
I don't know. But if anyone did stay in that guest house, whether they worked at the house or whatever, they would know that she probably left that back door open.
Yeah, well, this, just to bring it back to the thing of just walking meticulously through this. So it sounds like, because this is a great seg. So it sounds like we think something like this. There are probably two or more people with a shared aim who, for a period of time, are watching, observing, whatever, in some way. And then the idea is, with a vehicle, go on this sort of hit night that they're going to do it. And they have, at least one of them has some inside knowledge of that house or of the behavior of this individual. For example, the fact that if there are multiple nights, it looks like there's a weekend pattern.
Yes.
So do they know that she's, is she not home? Does she go every weekend to Annie and Tommaso's house and play mahjong? And the whole thing is that, how would anybody know that? So that's interesting, again, that insight. So we agree about that. So the next question is, have we budged in terms of our sense of motive? What is everything pointing to in terms of motive? Because that seems to be the $1 million question. So for example, how many of us, just to poll us, how many of us think that this was just a homicide? And how many of us think that there was an authentic desire to abduct her for ransom that may have gone south? And the reason I ask is, I can't get my mind around the fact that if you're going to abduct a person for money, their precious cargo, and you wouldn't have them bleeding, and you'd take their medication, and you whatever, unless something erupts, it doesn't go as planned. She fights, she falls, she whatever. But even then, you'd take the meds, without which the woman can't live a day. So I guess what I wanted to ask the group is, how many people think this was just a homicide that's masquerading as something else? And how many people think this was, an attempted abduction gone south? Because those two seem to be the best possibilities. Everything else seems a little silly in terms
Well, for
of.
me, I think
Yeah.
I think there's a chance that it could have been a homicide. That if you remember, what I think probably one of the first questions I ever asked you, Gary, was about people that are there to do one crime and then decide to turn it into an essay, just because, well, I'm here, she's here, may as well. I don't know, but that would be because I am wrapped around the axle of why did they remove her? Unless they were going to try for the money, and like I said before, there could be another the ransom note that is a legit one that someone sent to the FBI like they should, or, to the family, that didn't get leaked out to Harry Levin or something.
Okay, so it sounds like, Maureen, you're on the one way or another. It's odd that you would take the body unless there was some financial.
Yeah. Do we all agree on that?
I certainly
I
agree
don't
with
know.
that. But is there anybody who thinks that this was a attempted abduction and she just unfortunately passed away, like the Lindbergh baby, and now you've got a situation where the plan has gone south? Or is there anyone who thinks that it's masquerading as that, but somebody just wanted this woman out of the way?
Well,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
That's what I'm leaning toward.
I
I
think
just wonder if the date of February 1 means something. Why the beginning of the month? I would be fascinated to find out whether she was scheduled to have any appointments in February.
Mm-hmm.
The date itself strikes me as because we know, or we believe, that there was a reconnaissance on January the 11th. Why do we wait another 19 to 20 days before we act? Was
Right.
something coming up in February that forced them to move. And I'm in agreement with you, Gary. I believe that the entire purpose of this was to remove her. There may have been a point where they may have, somebody may have said, well, hey, maybe we can make a couple of extra bucks, turning some extra money off of this tragedy. But I just don't see, there's nothing that I see regarding the safe removal of the victim that would lead me to believe that it was intended to be an abduction.
Right. Well, Bob.
John, do you,
Oh, go
okay.
ahead. Sorry.
Do you think there's a chance, John, that these people were hired to do a hit and they decided, is that what you're saying, that they decided to turn it into something additional? And the whole thing just got...
I think the last time we talked, and I don't know if you were on, I suggested that there may have, that these people may have been hired, and that people, we've seen crooks mess up crimes, that perhaps the person we're seeing on the video that night messes the scene up. I think the presumption that everything went off like the clockwork, like D-Day on June 6th, we've seen enough with crimes that there may have been, they brought these two people in, and it's not like you can go to, it's not like you can go on the regular internet and say, type in there, kidnappers or killers, and I can get a 5-star review. They were great. So you're probably hiring a couple of people that they're not, they're probably not super bright. They may be focused, and sometimes you just can't get good help. And
but that anticipates the next question, which is, do we all still maintain that there's a chef and a server?
oh yes.
Yes.
And Chris, do you still think that there's a brains behind it, and then there's the dummy that actually does it, or do you think those are one and the same?
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people, from just my 2 cents, everybody's asking how this whole thing went down. How did it go down? Okay, we're not asking.
Way more important.
Why?
That's right.
Okay,
Agreed, 1000%.
And that's the clarity of focus. I mean, why would the family say the door's left, that mom leaves the door open? I mean, why? I would ask that. I would want to know these kind of questions, and I'd want the answers very clearly from the family about, well, why do you know that? Why do you know that the mom leaves the door open? Well, because I've been over here and habitually we've had conversations about it, and I've told her, Mom, don't do that. Okay. All right. Well, okay. And then how do you know it's left open? Well, I've come around the back and it's been open before. Okay. Why did you go around the back? Why didn't you come through the front and ring the doorbell? You see where that could go?
Yes.
Right. And
You've got a clicker. You can get into the garage. I don't think there's any way in hell anyone doesn't have access to that garage, be it the hand code or a clicker.
I agree. And so now so let's take that now away from the family, and let's take that question to the perpetrator. Okay. This guy, I think he started off organized and he became disorganized as things were not clicking the way this individual wanted. Okay. So we have to ask ourselves, first of all, why would he raise his level of risk on various dates, a total of 3, by the way, coming to the abduction of an 84-year-old woman with potentially a car in the neighborhood all 3 times, if he's going to cosplay this thing, i.e. the photograph with him standing at the porch. Okay. If he's going to dress up in his little outfit and he's going to show up and say, okay, this is a dry run, I'm going to go here, and I know that the back door is going to be open.
Right.
I know it's going to be open. Well, so my question would be, Why would he know that? Why wasn't he prepared to break in, kick the door in, and all this other stuff? Probably for the same reason he's picking up weeds and covering the camera
And
Okay.
staging the blood.
and okay, that's why I love Bob. That's why I love Bob. Okay, so it's like, okay, well, why is this guy hanging around to get on camera? Number one, and the next question would be, well, why is he driving his car into that neighborhood? Is he walking into that neighborhood? Is he
Did
parking
he
it
get
off?
dropped off initially?
Yeah, and exactly. And so why is that a problem for the suspect? Because a couple of weeks even before this thing goes down, apparently they're looking for January 11th for something somewhere. They're probably gone back to the digital footprint and said, "Whoa, we've got an anomaly here. Let's take a look. And let's find it." Go ahead, Bob. What were you
Yeah,
going to say?
Google said the guy was that guy was out in front on the 11th.
Yeah, late at night, which is a Sunday night, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Why is he out there on that night? What's the suspect doing other than, risking a patrol deputy or a neighbor or anything, somebody seeing them? Hey, why are you stopping me, officer?
Yeah.
I ain't got no map of Ohio.
People
Well,
say there are a lot of Airbnbs in that area, and that a lot of those homes are second homes, so they're not really occupied.
Okay.
And you can't really see the front door from the street because of the foliage in that, so it's got a half circle drive and there's foliage all over it. So if you were to pull up a small car without lights, you might not be able to see the lights of the vehicle. You might not be able to see the vehicle at all, even in the front, which is odd to most of us because we would be like, whoa, everyone could see that. Why would you do that? I also think the reason the front door is in play is because the plan was to take her out the front door and get in that. The one thing about a circle driveway is you don't have to back out. You can pull in and keep going forward, which is good if it's not your house. You're not going to make any noise or do anything like that. So I think the front door was in play because the plan was to take her out the front door. And who knows, maybe they have tile floors from her bedroom to the front door where you can roll her up in that tarp and, but to something Gary said a long time ago about her screaming, I can't imagine her being on the porch without her screaming. Remember that?
Yes, unless she was knocked out or
Maybe the screaming happened in the bed when she first woke up, and that's when they hit her, and that's when she started bleeding. And when they put her into the tarp there, they folded the covers up so you couldn't see that blood initially. So they didn't even find that until much later in the walkaway scenario.
Right.
And then as they were carrying her out, that could account for that blood pattern that we see, which is her head as they're fighting to get her out of that door, opening the big wooden door, opening the screen door, and her head just tilts on the inside and stays in that position. And again, when they stop for a second to reposition, there's that other pool and puddle, and then they get her in the car and off they go.
Okay. Two questions to your point, to that narrative.
Scenario.
Why'd they shut the door after him?
That was three questions.
That's if they've abducted her, why shut the door and close it up?
Okay.
would you crawl up in a barn and close the door? Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Habit.
Okay.
Need to be courteous and obedient kidnappers.
Yes.
Well, and you're talking about the security door, right, John?
Yeah, I'm talking about the security door.
In front,
It's
which
not visible
requires
from the road.
which requires a key to lock it, right? You can't just shut it.
Yeah,
It requires a key.
that's right.
It's a deadbolt. It's not a slam shut
Well, that's an interesting
lock.
It's how it's configured. They generally are keyed on the front, key only. But if you have the twist turn thing in the back, and some of them are spring loaded, but not that. I wouldn't see that on a residence. Now, Brian Enton, I asked him, go around that neighborhood and see what those other doors are like, and he said that the next door neighbors had one where even on the inside it was a key lock, and I'm like, that wouldn't pass any inspection. So
Right,
I
it's
don't know
fire
if that's the
hazard.
case. That's a
Right.
total fire hazard.
Yeah.
But maybe they just kicked it closed. I don't know, out of habit. But you're right. Why is it? Why did the door close?
Okay, and then so let's take that, for face value as a hypothesis. And so the first question we need to ask is, why does the suspect know that he can pull his car into that neighborhood so comfortably?
Very familiar with it.
And at that hour, probably running
Yeah.
with the lights on and sitting there.
So let's start looking for themes.
Well, if it's a full moon, Gary, you can drive around with no headlights on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And that
I've
was a
certainly
super
driven
full moon.
around with no headlights on. We all have.
Yep.
That's a good point.
And the windows down
Exactly.
in the car. Okay, so the first question, right?
Right. Moving through this kind of syllogism that we're doing. Right. Yeah. What's
Right.
next?
All right, so we first have to ask ourselves, why is this guy doing it multiple times to the point where he gets out of the car and goes up and gets captured on film?
Makes no sense.
No.
When you can come in from the back and no one would see you, and you could go around the back and look into the bedroom to see if the lights were on or lights weren't on, because the purpose of them coming on the weekends, in my mind, would be if the 4 of us or 5 of us are doing an operation on anyone, I could see us saying, hey, if we're going to hit it on a Saturday night, let's go on a Saturday night or at least a weekend night to see what's up. Does she have someone staying there over the weekend that's keeping an eye on her because her regular person isn't there during the week?
Mhm.
Like, I don't know, she may hire someone to just be there on the weekends and stay in the guest house. Who knows? And so you might want to, are there extra cars in the driveway on Saturday nights or Sunday? Or is it just going to be us? Are we going to be cool?
Okay.
But it makes no sense to stand out in front like that. It's very performative to me.
Because
Mhm.
you have to take a car from out of the environment
Hence the gun.
and bring it
And the wires carried.
into the environment, and then you've got to stage or not stage but you got to get on camera somewhere, okay? And not maybe on purpose, but maybe on purpose. I don't know yet.
Well, that's what I was wondering, Chris. Is anybody wondering if it's possible that the chef wants this putz to wind up on camera because it creates a narrative?
Sure.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
and then
Absolutely.
go ahead, John. I'm sorry, I walked on you.
No, I was agreeing with Gary. Absolutely. The entire performance there on the porch doesn't impress me as some sort of Raffles gentleman burglar about to break into
Right.
a house. He's almost going out of his way to be seen. I'm wondering if it wasn't just a colossal diversion to have a
Right.
panel. We're all talking about this guy.
Well, that's
But as much as we make fun of this guy, we all, I just want the audience to know we are not in any way, shape, or form taking away from the terror that
Oh,
Nancy
God,
must have
no.
suffered when she saw that person.
there's no
we're
question.
just
It would have been
you're right.
beyond
We're just spitballing how we would if we were sitting around trying to solve this thing.
Yeah,
And
you're
it's
hearing how
not always
cops talk
pretty.
to each other.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting, this is the way cops talk to each other as they talk out a case.
Except
Yeah.
we're not calling each other names or jaw jacking or tearing each other down a little, which I kind of miss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We still
Making fun of each other. Yeah.
have time.
Not
Well-
me, I never made fun of people.
I love it.
All right, so that's one perpetrator concept.
Right.
And anybody disagree that that one person scenario, I'm going to put it at, is it a possibility? Yes, but it's like a 30% for me.
Why would, if it's one, you know, we've talked about this walkie-talkie, that's a walkie-talkie in his pocket. It's not a
Yeah.
scanner.
Yeah, I
It
agree.
could
Or
be
a
a
jammer.
Wi-Fi. It could be a
Yeah.
Wi-Fi interrupter, but it's a walkie-talkie because that
I think so
pocket
too.
is not deep enough for it to be anything else. I've heard all of these so-called experts on YouTube telling us it's a scanner. It's not a scanner. Does he have an earplug in his ear to listen to the scanner? You got to know what frequency they're on. You got to understand police talk on the radio.
Right.
You got to. There's so many dynamics. If that were a scanner, for this to happen, if that were a scanner, okay, it's
Cops
not a
can hardly
scanner.
understand some dispatchers. It's like the 27 there comes, you know. I mean,
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Pretty
I don't think Pima County is as busy as Denver, but in Denver, I mean, it's just nonstop. And other big, every big city is that way. And you have to understand, you got to know the lingo. You can't just turn on a scanner and hear it. Now, some smaller agencies where they speak a little slower, it's fine. But some guy is not going to take a scanner up there, stick it in his pocket like that, and hope that he hears the call of him breaking into the house. Okay, that's ridiculous in my opinion. That is a walkie-talkie. It's one of those little things that you can buy in pairs
I
at
agree.
Walmart or wherever. And so there's at least two people. Okay,
You
at
can buy them at
least.
swap meets too. A lot. They sell them a
Yeah,
lot at swap
exactly.
meets.
I mean, they're so common, and so they're using it to summon a car up or whatever. But
Okay, so
my
let's go to
opinion
the
is there's two to three people. I originally said 2 to 5 people. Now I think at
2 to
least
3.
2, maybe 3. Could be another one, but
Portable radios for a lookout for the closest ingress position from the main highway. You've got to probably want to have a lookout out there. Could be the person driving the car, but yeah, it's a portable radio.
yeah.
Okay, so let's go to more than one then. Why the weekend? Do you think people work?
Well,
maybe.
they know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could say that, or this could be their job. Who knows? I mean, their job could be doing crazy stuff, and yeah, they could have a job. Yes.
Like the South American crews that go around in SoCal, and they're all caught, those guys, and yet now they could be suspects in this case. I've heard that float around, says, oh, it's a South American crew, yada yada. Yeah, but they're in custody. They all got arrested.
Well, there's.
Okay.
I'm
And-
sure there's more than one, but you're right.
Right. The MO at some point makes it out on a teletype or a bulletin to every law enforcement agency in the country. And the burglary guys are going, hey, there's a crew going on here. Let's go brief patrol. Hey, if you guys see anything suspicious at 2-3 o'clock in the morning, make sure you shake it up. Okay. Get me some FIs on, everything that moves.
Field interviews. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have any map versus Ohio.
Could be the full moon.
Could be,
Could be that it was when the crew was available to operate. Could be that the chef felt that there were circumstances that forced them to move. There's a lot of this that doesn't make any sense. Why reconnoiter on January 11th and then wait till February 1 to act?
Okay,
Well, the
changed
full
that.
moon would make it a lot easier, John, when you're thinking about walking
Mhm.
around the property and
Yep.
getting in places, especially if you're knocking out lights, which again is just a whole nother, I don't know.
Okay, so here we're the crew. Okay, so why are we doing this? What? Who's Nancy Guthrie?
We're getting paid for it.
Yeah.
It's just a job.
Okay, so okay. Well, then let's all get in our clothes and go over there and do a test run.
Why?
Bingo.
Mm-hmm.
Let's all dress up in our suits, our Walmart, whatever outfits we've gone and purchased, wherever we bought them. I mean, could be Walmart, could be a swap meet or wherever. Okay, wherever we
Swap
bought them.
meets there's gonna be no trail.
Yeah,
Okay.
without the gun and the kill kit. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need any of that. This is a test. We're just going to run over there. You know, we've got our outfits on, and we're going to cross our fingers that there's no sheriffs on the way to Miss Guthrie's house. Okay, we're going to make sure none of the flock cameras pick us up on the way to Miss Guthrie's house. We're going to make sure that none of these other things happen. We're just going to try it tonight. Okay, everybody ready? Let's go. Get in the car. Okay, Bob, you got the radios? Okay, John, you're driving. Maureen, you've got your outfit. I've got my outfit. We're going to be the porch pirates or whatever we're going to do. We're going to test out the signals. And guess what? The night we're going to pull this off, the back door is open. You're not going to believe this. The back door is open. It's wide open. Look, I just turned the lock. We can walk in and we'll just leave it open behind us. So let's practice, shall we? How many of you know any professionals that have, and Maureen, you've worked some very high profile stuff. How many gangbangers have ever, pulled off serious robberies in a crew? They're playing the game. How many of them say, you know what, let's go practice before we do it to the place?
Well, they might do some surveillance, because even if it was the four of us going, we want to know, are there going to be 5 guys there? Are they armed? Stuff like that. But this just seems like there's way too much going on for a low profile 84-year-old woman who lives by herself with hearing issues. It's just like the squeeze is not worth this little bit of juice you're going to get here, or the juice is not worth the squeeze.
Yeah, and my question is that you postulate this reconnaissance mission, are you paying your crew for that? I mean, are they on a salary? Are they on a salary for 3 weeks? Is the inducement where does the inducement come from? Because I don't think this was planned to be a kidnapping for ransom. So my question is, where's the money coming from to keep these people's attention?
So wait, does that mean, John, that in answer to the question of where we all stand in terms of motive, you think this was just a homicide?
That is my inclination, that this was a removal. I just don't. There's nothing with the information I have right now that inclines me to believe that the purpose of this was kidnapping for ransom.
So then it sounds like you think this might be what I've called an elimination murder.
That's what I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
And what I don't understand is that if we have more than one suspect, how do you keep them engaged over the long haul? Is there either an emotional component? Is there some element of hate propelling them? Or is it a promise of a big payday? But most of the crooks that we know and we've dealt with, they're short attention spans. Now, I mean, if these guys were utter professionals, but again, the question is, several questions. Where do you find them? How do you keep them on a retainer, like an attorney or something? Because we're talking about right around 3 weeks keeping them engaged in this operation. Again, a lot of it is why? Why would you do that? Why would you extend this operation over 3 weeks?
Right. Well, Bob, do you lean toward flat out homicide or
no, I don't think it's a homicide. If it were a homicide, they wouldn't take the body. I mean, if they're just going into, whether it's a vendetta or, or robbery gone bad or something, I don't think that. I think whoever did this has some vendetta against her and knows the layout of the house, and is very familiar and very comfortable on both occasions that we see. Now, we only have the one video, but the one that we believe it was from the 11th, you have to have some level of comfort to walk right up to a door like that wearing a mask. And so was that to recon to see if there is a camera? Because when he comes back on the night in question on the 31st or the 1st, first thing he does when he hits the steps is he tries to hide his face or his eyes. And then he says, screw it. I'm just gonna grab this camera and I'm gonna grab it. They're not gonna be able to see me anyway because now I've got the camera. Who knows? I don't know. But not knowing what the inside of the home looks like, what the crime scene looks like on the inside, it is just so difficult. We can speculate all night long, but and I realize that's what we're doing. We're theorizing, but I just don't have enough to say definitively or with any level of confidence that it's one thing or another. But if I had to take a guess at it right now with what I know, it's some vendetta against either Savannah or Nancy. One of the two.
Well, and that's interesting because it coincides with things that were done that weren't necessary from a practical level to to simply go in there and do this if it was just a simple financial thing or something like that. So it's all the extra risk that's taken. Because Chris, you keep bringing up astutely this thing about extra risk that sometimes is taken. And I think one of the scenarios in which people take unnecessary risks is when their personality or fantasy is in there. So it isn't.
Gary's all locked up.
Who's locked up? Who's locked up?
What'd you say, Bob?
Maybe Bob froze up.
There he is. Yeah, you froze up for a second, Gary.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Do you guys hear me now?
Yeah, you're fine.
I heard you.
No, I'm just saying that, Chris, wouldn't you agree that sometimes when there's extra risk taken, it's because your personality or your fantasy require it in a way that goes beyond what is pragmatic. So you do things that get you busted because you're not just going in there doing it simply and getting out. You feel compelled to say a certain thing or do a certain thing or touch a certain thing or do it in a certain way. And that's why, if you're doing repeat crimes, you wind up with signatures and things that give you away because they're part of your psychology. And I guess that's one of the things I wanted to ask is there anything in what we know about how this was done that points to an unnecessary element, an extra risk was taken that's suggestive that somebody, I love that he said without even thinking, yep. But I'm curious what people think about that because that's the kind of stuff that points to a personality and a motive. So what's the extra? What wasn't
the
necessary?
Fear, the unbelievable terror he put on her. Look what it's doing to Savannah.
So scaring the crap out of her sadistically seems to be
it's like an offender that gets off on just crushing someone's soul as they harm them.
That's interesting. Anybody else?
Yeah, well, and the other family members too, not just Savannah.
Yes.
Well, I think the fear, definitely. I think the fear is something that this individual's reliving the event through. There's no question. But I think also the other side of that is this offender is too comfortable. This person is way too comfortable.
Like they've got top cover. You know what I mean?
Something's going on here that says, to my mind right now, this person who, what really is the intent here? Was it to go in and just whack her? I agree with both Bob and John. I think there's a combination, and Maureen, that there's a combination plate here of, well, why take her out of the house then? If you're going to go there and shoot her, just shoot her. Get it over with. 10-8.
That's an extra. Taking her in your mind is an extra.
Oh, that's beyond
an extra.
That is
extra.
That is like problematic because now you have, again, you go back to this, the why. Why are you taking her? So you plan the whole up to the house surveillance.
Hmm.
And so now the fantasy internally is, and I'm just going to take her out there. Now, if there was an SA element to this, I could see that real fast as an SA 187. All cleared. We're out of here. Okay. Boom. But in this case, it's like, you know what? While I'm here, which I came here for because she's 84 years old, and I'm gonna, roll her up in this tarp, pull her out, throw her over my shoulder, and run her out the front door, and throw her in a car, and we're gonna drive away, and we're gonna ask for $4 million in Bitcoin, but again, we're gonna do it on a payment plan. If you can't give it to me on Wednesday, $4 million, I'll take Friday at 6, and then on Monday I'm still open. I'll take 8. Okay, that noise just didn't.
Yeah,
didn't
that's
And I'll
ridiculous.
only do it through TMZ. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that's right.
exactly, and only through TMZ, and I guess that's as corny as the weeds with the camera. Okay, that just shows. We're going, well, this is a very sophisticated guy who covers cameras with weeds and forgets the wreath right there on the porch. Okay, just forget the wreath. That does, nothing to see here. Move along because you've only been surveilling the house. Okay, nothing to see here.
Or coming there in advance with tape to cover the lens.
Exactly.
Right.
Nothing.
Because, of course, nothing works as well as dried foliage.
Right. So now let's go. You've got the suspect in the house.
Right.
The fear does kick in. That's kind of a given for this person.
Oh.
Because this person is past feeling, okay? And
I think so too, Chris. Probably.
yeah, I mean, there's no empathy here, and the fact that he's watching Savannah and the rest of the world is watching Savannah, fall apart. What's interesting though, she's speaking for the entire family. Why isn't the brother and the sister speaking for themselves?
The brother's a private guy. He's a
No,
stoic
I'm talking
guy.
about the brother-in-law, the son-in-law.
Oh,
Why
yeah,
isn't
he
he?
would,
Why isn't
he
he?
would be a better person because, with her being the spokesperson all the time, obviously she's very good at it. She's very skilled at it. I think that there's a lot more information behind it. There's a reason why she's the spokesperson, because I really think Tommaso would be the better spokesperson because he's a little bit removed. He can be a little less emotional. He can say, we're willing to do everything. Let's just get it done. And, but that's not what we're seeing.
Well, so then why? I'm going to ask the questions. Why? Why is Savannah the spokesperson? Because her brother, the second conversation to the perpetrator, he was the spokesperson. What
He was
changed?
very uncomfortable.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable. Did he look comfortable to you guys?
Yeah, but comfort's not an option. Comfort's not an option when your mother's missing.
Right.
And
Maybe he
so
thought, I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm curious as to why it's only one person from the family, and it's not. You have a family dynamic when they come down the walkway with the note, knowing that the rest of the world is going to find that note. And so is that a messaging to the perpetrator, or is that a personalization to mom? And we're just going to put it out in the public arena and let everybody take pictures of it, and then everybody can say, okay,
That whole thing was designed to take the heat off Annie and Tommaso, and it worked.
It did.
I believe it worked in large part.
Okay.
Between that and the sheriff saying the family's cleared, I think everyone just backed off of that whole idea, don't you?
Well, I think that leans me back towards, the cognitive dissonance. I think the intent there was to create a separation. Okay. But not when you have Brian Enton flipping the note over and putting it on national TV. That just said, that made everybody go, well, that was weird. And then the second piece of that was when the brother-in-law is leaning a certain way on national TV. Everybody goes, look, he's got the same gait.
Yeah.
So to me, that didn't work. I think
No.
that was a backfire with just load the ammo and turn the thing around, just blow it back at you, because that created more suspicion than it did relieving pressure.
But don't you guys think that you get a sense without being in the room with the family that Savannah just has a tendency to be the sort of the leader figure or the central one? Like, you get the feeling that the other siblings just sort of slip away and she stands, like, you could just imagine even as kids.
The family's default setting is she's the spokesman or
Right.
the spokesperson.
It's sort of like I always say, if you read your New Testament, long before Peter was first pope, he's always the center of every story. It's an interesting thing how you get a sense of who's the leader figure in a group. And I just think she tends to be the dominant, and that may matter in this family dynamic.
I get that
Yes.
personally, but she's in New York City, and you have a guy
But
standing
Annie
out.
can't do it. Annie can't. You can look at Annie. She's
I-
not the person that can do that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that she should. I'm saying if there is somebody out on the street filming and Tommaso's outside and he yells, "What are you doing?" then he should take that opportunity to walk out and say, "Let me tell you about my mother-in-law,
I agree.
and she's missing." Instead of chastising the media, okay, again, that it just goes into this column of, you know what, BLR doesn't look right, doesn't sound right, doesn't feel right. Why are these people doing this when they've been cleared? If they've been cleared, then let's get into the game. Let's go. Let's go look for mom. I'll be the first one there in Tucson. You just give me a call. I'll come over and I'll help you. Okay. That's a no-brainer. Okay. That's an easy one, but don't do it from New York City now, because what's going to end up happening is you see this pain and the suffering, and then you start asking these other questions about the suspectology here, and the suspectology here is making no sense. It's making absolutely no sense. I mean, yeah, the BAU is going to tell us, yeah, the person's going to be shaving, they're going to be nervous, they're going to be all the stuff. Okay, we get all of that. Okay, but what if they have no feeling, and they were cool as a cucumber, like Brian Kohberger. Okay, yeah, I know he's a keeper. But all the signals were there before Brian Kohberger was ever in the circle. The university saw it. Everybody saw it.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody saw it. And so not only was that pre-incident behavior seen, but his post-incident behavior became so wide and so obvious. Okay, I'm curious why the family hasn't engaged on both sides of the coin. Why, because if I was a case agent and I sat down with the family and said, okay, look, I'm not looking for strategy. Okay. I think the public will appreciate genuality. Just be genuine, be who you are. If you want to talk to the press, that's up to you. Just don't release any information we've provided to you up to this point that could jeopardize investigation. But if you want to talk to them and lower the pressure for you, well, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Because that really would lower the pressure.
Absolutely. And just let it, let them be who they are. Look at Mary, Chris, and Richard. Actually, I'll use Michael Vaughn, the Vaughn parents. Okay. They were the suspects in the disappearance of their 5-year-old little boy. They were the suspects. I went over there and I met with them. And I said, guys, do a press conference. Okay. And guess what? They answered all the hard questions. And that mama turned into a mama bear from that point forward, Brandy. Okay. And everybody started now going, oh, they didn't do it. There's no way they did it. It's impossible. And the sheriff and the chief at that point, JD Huff, he's a great guy. He was out there trying to tell the public, look, I'm telling you, they're not involved. They're not involved. They're not involved. Okay. But until they got out and said, we're not involved, and let me tell you why, okay, then the pressure was pulled. Okay. But at this point, I don't see that valve being pulled, which creates a secondary problem. Then who would take the risk if it's in any way, shape, or form? Let's say they're cleared because the sheriff says they're clear. Everybody says they're clear, whatever. Let's play that role. Okay. They're cleared. So then who would take the risk to say, you know what? There's more than one. There's two of us. We're going to need cars. We're going to need walkie-talkies. We're going to need matching outfits. We're going to go buy them all at Walmart together. Everybody, let's go. We're going to go buy the same jackets, the same pants, whatever the deal is, the same gloves. We're going to wear them the same night, and we're going to get captured on camera or whatever the deal is going to be. And we're going to drive out of that neighborhood in our car, the same one we're going to use, or we'll rent a car. I don't know. Hopefully they've run through all the rental cars, okay, around the area. Go ahead, John.
I'd be checking on all the arson cars too.
Yeah, all the cars that have been torched.
In the region, all the cars that have been torched.
And we're a crew from South America, and we're going to do a dry run.
We're going to spend weeks there
Weeks
doing dry runs.
For an 84-year-old woman for Bitcoin.
And we don't steal anything while we're there, by the way.
Nothing.
But let me ask you guys something. I've got to go in a minute, but I want to ask all of us a question, but particularly John, Bob, and Chris. Let's say this is our operation and we're out there doing that. What could possibly lower our alert, our situational awareness to the point that we would look as relaxed as that guy that's on the porch? For me, I would have to know that Nancy was in there alone. I would have to know that we're going to get in there and, do what we need to do. I would have to know that my buddy's right there and I got my walkie and I can call him and he's going to swoop right up and help me. But what else would you need to feel that comfortable? Because that guy, as we've all said from the beginning, which Gary goes to your point of what is odd about this, that guy isn't like this. I mean, there have been situations where you see a guy, he's looking like this. And what do we all know? He's up to no good. This guy's up to trouble.
The old expression lighthousing, and he does none of that.
Mm-hmm.
So what would your scenario be that you would be that relaxed? Other than if, let's say, I always think he's stoned, but what do I know? But I mean, what infrastructure would you need in place to feel that comfortable, Chris?
I know her, and I've done this before, not necessarily kidnap somebody, but I've been in that house. I'm very familiar with that house. I know where the light switches are. I know all the details about that house. And the reason I'm going to wear a mask is because she knows me.
All right.
It's personal.
Bob or John or?
I'm going to say that dovetailing with that is that he's so, first of all, I think he probably did some THC gummies or something. I think that he took the edge off, but he's utterly comfortable because, as Chris said, he knows where everything is inside the house. So there's no mystery to, there's no uncertainty of, I'm going to get in the house and discover, oh, by the way, they didn't mention the Rottweiler or anything. And
you're right. There's no uncertainty. That's a very good point.
He is. He looks so comfortable in his surroundings that as Chris is, and we've all observed, he's been there. There's nothing mysterious or the least bit uncertain about what he's doing.
Just to dovetail before Bob answered, okay, I had one other thought on top of that. I bet you turn the lights on.
Yeah. No, I'm certain he did. He didn't move around in the dark. He turned the lights on.
He's not
Which
pulling
means
around.
he put that bite light in his pocket and then he touched other surfaces.
I think he turned the lights on in that house. Yeah, because he's not going to pull that 84-year-old woman out of the house without her seeing what's going on. And I think he probably,
in addition to the camera frame that he touched with those gloves
clip.
that they didn't take for 3 weeks or whatever it was.
And I'll bet you the Pima guys didn't put in their reports that they found the lights on or the family mentioned it. But go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, so I agree with everything John, Maureen and everybody said the guy's extremely comfortable, been there many times, is inherently familiar with the entire property and the neighborhood, and
In the neighborhood, yes.
yeah, so
Well, so this is the issue, I think, with this is that if, let's say any one of us, I mean, just imagining here, let's say every one of us decided that we wanted to eliminate a loved one or even a person we familiarized ourselves with in the neighborhood or we've had a chance encounter with. Even if we've been to the house 100 times, we've eaten dinner with them, we've walked, we would still, if there is now a new context, which is that I'm going to go in and do something where I could be leaving DNA, I could, there may be this horrible moral thing of killing someone or kidnapping them. We would expect an elevation of our heart rate, some anxiety, whatever. What happened here looks like an emotional detachment, like you see in a psychopath. So that what I think here is that there isn't even a normal level of seeming afraid, even if you're familiar with the situation. Right.
Exactly,
and that is suggestive of somebody whose consciousness is altered or who is a psychopath. So that and I have to tell you, even if there is a consciousness altering thing going on, I think that, and I know Mary Ellen O'Toole agrees with me, I think the person we're seeing on that camera is just someone who doesn't give a flying leap about risk. It's just not scared in a normal way.
And why is that?
With problems with their frontal lobe and their circuitry, that is looking very psychopathic to me. And when you're dealing with that kind of a person, well, then that's a big clue, because then they're going to have a history that is consistent with that stuff. They've probably been in trouble before. They're probably inappropriate, interpersonally. In other words, you don't become psychopathic one day.
Right.
A long trail of it. And then you start thinking, okay, well, have they ever been arrested before? Do the people around them see that they have a mask? That they, is this a person who lives a double life? Is this see? And once you're dealing with somebody like that, then all bets are off in terms of motive, because the motive could be something very practical. It could be somebody who, in addition to being psychopathic, is totally sadistic. It could be because, see, and that's where it gets complicated, is because when personality is the motive, anything goes. It doesn't even have to be a practical aim. It could just be, I don't like this person. Simple example. The serial killer, Tommy Lynn Sells, okay? There was an incident where he broke into a home and beat a woman to death and her child with a baseball bat. No essay, nothing, even though he did that to many people. And when they asked him why he did it, he said, she bumped into me on the street with her shoulder, and she didn't say she was sorry. That was it. Hunted her down and her kid because of that, being bumped. That was enough. So what's bothering me about this is, I agree with you, Maureen. There's something more, something to this personality that seems to be central to this whole thing. And don't you think, Chris, it looks like somebody who has either a gripe or something where there's an anger there and they can't let it go, and they're either using this agent to do it, who's callous and has no regard whatsoever for human beings, or that is the person and they have callous disregard. And I'll tell you from experience, that type of person can mimic a perfectly nice person any other day of the week. They could be exactly the kind of person who says, I'll hold the door for you.
Would a psychopath wander around inside the house for 40 minutes?
For 40 minutes?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It depends on if it suits their needs and they're totally comfortable in what they're trying to accomplish. But I think whoever this is arrogant, is way too comfortable, is entitled, has some motivation that's partially personal and partially something else. And ultimately, part of the reason I think things went south is they just didn't give a damn. There's a carelessness to this. It's almost like they were dealing with something they didn't care about. And that's the thing. I mean, don't you all pick up on that this guy just didn't give a damn about this woman?
About anything.
About anything.
I break this down into two buckets for me.
Right.
The Range Rover bucket and Honda
That's a big bucket, Chris.
That's a big bucket, but I got it. I know where you go.
and Honda Accord bucket.
Okay.
Those are the two buckets for me. Okay. And now Range Rover bucket, we go back to maybe, a female type also involved in terms of stupidity, not the female. Don't misunderstand me. I should have clarified that. Meaning that guy, I know he's been cleared, yada, 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 all the other stuff. Okay. Everybody's been cleared. Yeah, right. Yeah. And we all fell off a turnip truck yesterday. Okay. Behind the scenes, okay, you don't just snatch cars by accident. That just doesn't happen. I mean, unless everybody's doing it nowadays, which I'm working with 3 agencies right now on active homicide cases, and they're not snatching cars unless there's probable cause to snatch cars, period.
Right.
And so those are the two buckets for me. And that means there are 2 different reasons. One, bucket number 1, Honda Accord, financial. Bucket number 2, partial financial, but they're chasing the needle and they're chasing the pipe. So there's kind of this overtone of, the drug play in this thing. Yeah, okay, those could be your, as you call them, the waiters. Okay.
That's very interesting, Chris. I hadn't thought about the idea that you could have that odd behavior at the door, for example, because somebody's doped up because drugs and the money needed for them is part of the story.
Well, the last tweaker murder I had, we stopped counting, and maybe you remember, I had the ME standing. It was 2 tweakers that were stealing checks, and they were washing checks, and then they were cashing them, and then they got in a fight because one didn't do what they were supposed to do. It was up on Cleveland Street, and we stopped counting at 99 when the knife went on full auto. Okay, and
broke.
do you remember that night, John?
Chris?
And I remember looking at my watch. It was like 4 a.m, and I'm like, "Here we go." Okay, so I was looking for all the disassembled bicycles and all the stuff that comes around, toasters and all this other stuff that comes with microwaves,
washing machines.
They're really good at it. Go ahead, Bob.
So why Nancy Guthrie? Is there a nexus to Savannah because she did the Today Show stuff? And
I don't think. Go ahead.
No. I mean, do you think it was just random or?
Well, I mean, look at the.
Drug addicts.
I don't know if she plays as much as for me, as much as a role in this. Okay, in terms of the obsession with her, and I'm going to take it out on her. I'm going to live vicariously through the mother, and therefore I'll get her. I'll get my money back, through mom, and that will give me, forever possession of Savannah. I don't see that personally. I mean, it could be, but I'm not seeing that vision for me. Okay. I'm seeing it much simpler than this. It's somebody who knows this local. It's somebody from the area. You know what? Hey, guess what? Yeah. I was, changing some light bulbs over here a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. And there's an 84-year-old woman there. No kidding. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Okay. And then
Why didn't they take anything?
Well, again, it comes back to, what are they chasing, right?
Yeah.
If they're chasing this, hey, let's try to get Bitcoin. Now that guy, I'm not going to go down that road tonight. We're 3 hours into this, but then he becomes a problem in the game. Okay. And I'm still hung up on that piece of the puzzle because I need more information.
I think we all agree with that. There's something that doesn't look right about that Hawthorne guy and the communicate, definitely. But that is the last thing in my list of do we agree or not, and where do we stand? Is how many of us think there is some degree of staging in this situation? Because
quite possible.
Well, because technically speaking, if we think there's staging involved, then the question is, do we even think she was in that house?
Yes, I do.
never. Okay, so the blood leading up to probably a vehicle was what convinced me that she was probably in that house, because it really
Me
looks
too.
like a car comes, she gets in it, the blood stops at the driveway, whatever. But so when we think it, Chris, for example, do you think there's some degree of staging?
You know, at this point, I need more data.
Need more data. Okay.
Yeah, I need
Because
more
it's
data.
certainly point to a more sophisticated offender.
Yeah, family cleared. You know, that's, you know, we'll see what happens. It's not a cartel. I don't think it's a cartel.
No.
You know,
No.
it could have gone over the border.
Files, I've seen that.
I heard one guy, the old assistant chief or sheriff, he goes, yeah, you know, we're 100 miles from the border. Okay. Well, I worked 25 years, 30 miles from the border. And I only had, I mean, we had a lot of cases where the suspects would run over the border, but I never had a kidnapping where they took, you know, we had a lot of kidnappings, okay, but they didn't say, let's go to Tijuana, let's go, you know, or wherever, San Felipe, you know, hit Baja and keep moving. Okay? And we were only 30 miles from the border. And the fact that, you know, you're going to take an 84-year-old woman across the border. I mean, Bob, you've been there. We all worked that time. And that's when they were really doing crimes, you know, when they would hold people for money.
Wow.
And but it was all dope. It was all dope related.
It was all dope related here too.
Yeah.
Or
just
children.
going-
So,
Go ahead, Maureen.
Wow.
all right. Well, Maureen, if you got to jump,
I
thank
got
you
to
for
jump.
being here. We really appreciate your insight and
Bye,
your
guys.
contribution here.
Thanks,
Good night.
Maureen. Have a good night.
It was fun as always.
Oh yeah.
And informative. You really sparked some great thoughts. So thanks, Maureen.
Oh, you're
Yes.
very sweet.
You're much smarter than anybody else on this panel.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a
so.
fact.
With these
And,
presentations,
and exponentially better looking.
this guy,
Wow.
the 10-pound brain over here. This guy.
I got a couple of brains in here.
New nickname.
Are you doing a podcast?
Am I?
Yeah. Are you going to do a podcast?
Oh,
Yeah.
am I? I'm doing one, but I'm thinking about another one. But I don't know if I just don't have the time. I'm doing a lot of stuff with. I own a security consulting firm, and I'm just very busy this couple of weeks.
Well, if you
I don't know
ever
what
do,
I'm doing.
you got a bunch of people.
Yeah,
Will
well,
it-
I want to have you guys on best case, worst case, all of you,
Done.
one at a time, one at a time.
Oh,
No one's got 3
Boy.
hours.
Exploit me for worst case.
You can give me a best case and a worst case. We'll
I
make it
love
2
that.
episodes.
that's hilarious. But for worst case, that's so funny. All right.
That's funny. All right, guys.
Wait till you meet
Okay.
Miller.
Right.
He's in Hawaii. Wait till you meet him. He's on vacation. He'll be here.
Oh, Mike. Yeah.
Oh, he's so nice. He's been gone for a while, huh? Oops.
That's one smart cookie right there.
Oh, he
yeah.
is. He's very smart.
You can pull.
All
a
right,
fortune
guys.
on him.
Adios. Aloha.
Aloha.
See you next
Vaya
time.
con Dios.
Yep.
Okay,
Good night.
let's answer some of these questions. She's
Okay.
always
But I have to say, Chris, after going through that whole exercise, we
okay.
got a lot of agreement here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot moving, but we still need a.
Right.
I think we can all agree. I know there's a lot of people that say, "Oh, this is yeah, okay, this case is unprecedented." Everybody can agree to that, no question about it.
Pretty weird, that's for sure.
But it's not complicated.
Well, I think when it's solved, the solution will be a lot simpler and more boring than people want it to be. It's sort
That's
of like
right.
you read the Agatha Christie novel and hundreds of pages in, you're like, duh, what? Like, after all that, I think it'll be something sort of simple, because otherwise we're faced with the possibility that somebody has done something totally original after thousands of years of people committing every crime under the sun. Much more likely it'll be simple.
All of the data, all the footprints, all of those, all that information's coming back. And that's what they're working.
Yeah.
All of that stuff is coming back. And, there's like, okay, yeah, the FBI is looking at a vacant house and all this other stuff. Okay, for what? What are they looking at? I mean, the carpenters, the whoever's. Okay, that's a great circle. That's a great circle. But I'll guarantee you they haven't left the house yet. I'll put
Yeah,
money on
you
it.
know, I believe that they've got suspects in mind. They're working them. They're working their theory, and we just, you know, they're not leaking that out. I know some people have said that they have sources close to the investigation that say that there are absolutely no suspects, but I'm not buying that. I think they do have suspects, and they're working them, and they're also waiting for probably some forensics, including DNA, to come back. So it's getting there. They're working it. In my opinion, it's not even close to being cold.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't. And I think we're all. And you guys tell me what you're feeling, but I think when the press conference comes and they start announcing, and by the way, here we are, we're going to go. There you go. You know.
That does tend to be the case, Chris, with these.
Huh?
That tends to be the case when we discuss these things. I mean, with Maureen here, between the five of us, we've got what do we have? A couple of 100 years of experience.
Well, if we count Bob.
That's hilarious. That's so funny.
If you
Well,
count me, you'll be in a deficit.
That's hilarious. Well, we've got a lot of years of experience.
Methuselah's grandfather.
And what, right? Even with all that experience, we're still asking, you know, the simple questions, and that's
Your simple question, Chris.
well.
Experience. Why can't you get invited to Crime Con?
I have no idea. I
know you think it.
have no idea. Seriously, I'm not qualified. So that's all there is to it.
Yeah, that was my first thought.
I know, right, John? We move along, nothing to see here. But I am going. Karen and I are gonna have a blast. And you know, in fact, we just got our hotel today. So if you guys want to go, I'll meet you down there, huh?
Where is it this time?
It's at the Caesars. But we're going to stay at the Westin right next door.
Where? What city is it in this time?
Oh, Vegas. Lost Wages.
Sin City, huh?
Yep.
Hey, Chris, can I say something?
Go ahead, Bob. Yeah.
It keeps coming up in the comments. I've seen it a couple of times tonight. And the question is am I related to former FBI agent Jonathan Gilliam? And the answer is, I don't think I am. As far as I know, there's no relation, but I think he's a great pundit, is a great resource, very, very intelligent. I find myself agreeing with him about 98% of the time when I see him opining on different, various cases, including this case. So
it's a very old last name,
it
Gilliam.
is.
Yes, it is. A Norman, goes all the way back to Norman conquest.
Well, I'm German and Irish. So
Look at this guy, too. Look at this nut job.
It means the son of William.
What does it
there you
mean?
go.
The son of Gilliam, the son of William.
Yeah. Guillaume.
Very old name. That's you probably a noble background. I'm into genealogy. I bet I can find the crest for you.
There you go.
If you're interested, I'll send it to you. I can find it. I'll have it in a book somewhere. But anyway,
Mine's a fly.
I promise. How many questions do we have? I'm almost afraid to ask.
46.
That's better than usual.
Yes, most of them are common. Big Doodle, great panel tonight. Many thanks for all you do. Actually, I've been going through them as we've been going. Porch Guy is so cool. Nancy had been bound and gagged inside 4 hours. Isn't going to scream or try to call for help. Well, thank you, Sharon. Wow. Dr. Gary, could a cartel member be a psychopath?
Oh, absolutely. That's like asking, if you get a bunch of priests together, can one of them be Catholic? Yes, of course. The reality is that it's just a matter of the degree. The thing is that in cartels and gangs, what you get are a combination of primary and secondary psychopaths. Primary psychopath is probably kind of hardwired that way, a true blue psychopath. A secondary psychopath is somebody whose life circumstances have led them to do psychopathic things because they're poor or, you know, in terrible situation or homeless or whatever, and they get involved. So you see this kind of mixture of the head honcho, who tends to be the true blue psychopath, and this bunch of people that are getting, you know, going along with it. But wouldn't you guys say, I mean, these are people who are committed to the subversion of social norms and morality, and day in and day out live according to their own rules. You know, so there's, by definition, they're going to light up on a psychopathy checklist, right? I mean, you know, I think too many of them are going to be Boy Scouts and altar boys, you know.
So the beauty, did perp take body to conceal identity? How killed? You know, that's a great question. We're not really sure, you know, where. I'm of the opinion she's not with us. I know that's harsh. I hate to be harsh, but at the same time, I want to be realistic. In fact, if we've all been in this environment before, where it's at this time where you sit down with the family and you say, look, I know you have a lot of hope, and we all want to hope, but statistically, I want you to start preparing just in case she's not with us. And if that's happened, then that's probably good. Homicide Daughters would love it. Thank you for being with us for all that time. It seems like Chef is full of rage towards the Guthries, hence the extra. Do you agree? The extra, yeah, I still believe Nancy Grace has knowledge of something. I think that extra is going to have to, we're going to have to wait to hear what the suspect tells us. We're going to have to wait to hear what they say. All the scoping before huge digital track risk. Yes, thank you, Jason. And you can go watch Jason tomorrow on the lab. He's going to be there as a guest. Give him, you know, give Josh a good situation there too. Go support his channel. Jason's got a ton of information. FBI would have tracked satellite phone by now. There you go. That just gives you a sense of what you're going to get there tomorrow. Raise your hand if you feel the family's involved. Yeah. Oh, I love America. Thank you, Jason. Wi-Fi works, not neighborhoods. Wi-Fi, you could know the frequency. You won't. Her Wi-Fi to go down the various tech reasons is pacemaker. Okay. Maybe something stopped them from committing on the 11th. Great comment. Could be.
Could be. Yeah.
Definitely good. Great comment.
No.
Could nonads escalating behavior be due to steroid use? It was mentioned that he was a decorated boxer that was in the 70s, where officer drug tested on a regular basis. If the department felt you were on steroids, they could arbitrarily, your supervisor could say, you're going to get a drug test. So can they order you? Yes, they can. Did it happen? Rarely. You've mentioned crimes can be related to grudges held for many years. Could the date this happened have significance to past event, or could it be random?
Great question.
That's an extremely important question. Because Chris, remember we did a whole show on the symbolism of dates for crime? And we found, you know, now I'm aware of cases where even among serial killers, dates are significant. For example, dates when you're more likely to feel lonely. You know, I don't think it's a coincidence that Nicholas Cruz shot up Marjorie Stoneman Douglas on Valentine's Day. You know, I mean, I think that dates have an enormous significance. The date of Columbine was Hitler's birthday. You know, that they matter. But in individual crimes, personal cause crimes, the dates are important because they can have financial significance. Like a bill is coming, a will is going to be changed, or they can have the significance of being a day that sets you off because they remind you of something with a person. I think it's a very interesting question, and I have a feeling the date will matter. I still wonder about the date for Koberger, and I think it's because of he was about to get canned. You know, so it's usually tied, you know, at his TA job. It is usually tied to some stressor. that triggers the individual? I mean, that's why it's such a great question. Don't you all agree that the date is
I
probably?
think the date is going to be, or that there will be some event in it. I mean, that would have occurred after February 1
Yes.
that set the entire event in motion.
Yes, like that's the date when you're most likely to have just gotten money and have it in the, something like that. Really, really, really important. And I think that it's the eve of a new month that she goes disappear. It was also just after her birthday, which is interesting. I was wondering if when
could this been significant? February 2nd, Savannah was going to Italy.
It's interesting too. That's very interesting. I have no idea. I think it's also interesting that it was a weekend, and that was probably not a coincidence. So because it looks like all the days they think matter are weekends. So I think it's extremely important, and probably will make a lot of sense retroactively when they capture whoever this is. But don't you guys think it's going to probably?
Yeah, we'd want to ask them that.
Yeah.
For sure. And to answer that one question about cold, we don't think this is a cold case because there's still too much still working behind the scenes. We can see that happening. Just
well, and that gets back to something that we raised way back hours ago, but then it just sort of died there. Is what was the reason for coming out and saying these people are cleared? Why not just hold that and then say it all later? Because you may wind up, I'm not saying they will, but you may wind up with something that comes back after all this analysis that then makes you have to undo such a statement. It would, I mean, wouldn't you normally say we can't, nobody's off the table until all this stuff comes back? Or do you guys not agree? Do you think they already got it?
You're right.
Yeah.
No, I think you're absolutely right.
Absolutely. You're correct on that. You don't begin tossing out, so-and-so's clear, because you really don't know.
That's right.
Right. I mean, unless they've looked at some data behind the scenes we're unaware of and can say that from a scientific perspective. It just confused me. I'm not.
You might be able to say we can eliminate them from being present at the scene, but it doesn't mean that they aren't involved. It's just you just don't know, so you wouldn't begin categorically eliminating people, unless you were being pressured to do so.
Right, but I think I want to be careful that we're not being reckless or something. I'm just asking the question: is it a typical thing to have a sheriff on a case just come out and say, "Well, look, these people are off the table"?
I've never seen it.
I was really confused by it. It was, talk about unprecedented. It was unusual, and but it felt more like a political move.
It absolutely was. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was the first one to put them on the radar.
Right, and also
by impounding their car.
Well, that's it.
We've beat that one, but if there's a reason for it, they got some information somewhere that says, let's get the car.
And search the house.
Yeah. Somebody made a decision and let's take stuff out of the house in bags, in evidence bags.
It's one of those things that
you can't ignore that. That's right. That's where the evidence, he talks about where the evidence takes you. Well, guess where the evidence took him?
All right.
It took him to Annie and Tommaso's house. That's where it took him.
All right. Well, it's interesting. It's actually a principle in if you read the, and I always love bringing it up. If you read the Conan Doyle, the Sherlock Holmes stories, one of the very basic principles that Sherlock espouses is that you never let anything go if it's inexplicable. That you always think little things that are inexplicable should be kept on your radar, because they may wind up later mattering. And in fact, if you've ever read The Hound of the Baskervilles, that's how Sherlock first initially makes a kind of relationship with the central Baskerville figure, is that the guy is upset that one of his boots is missing, and everyone is dismissing it. Well, what's the big deal? You lost a boot. Well, last week I lost a boot too. And Sherlock says, I think it is worth puzzling over because it's inexplicable. And later it turns out they were stealing the boots to get his scent to give to the dog to attack him, to teach him. And so it mattered. And so I love that. I love that. And I know I'm listening to some of the audience saying blah, 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 like it's a waste of time that I'm telling that story, but it isn't.
No, it makes sense. It absolutely, well, and here's the other thing.
Yes.
We don't know going into a case what is connected with a crime or not. We don't. And there's almost like, I can almost draw a parallel to quantum physics,
Right.
is that at any given point, anything in the universe could be connected with anything else. That's how you have to look at it in a crime scene. You just don't know what it is. And you're right. The other thing is, Gary, is that Sherlock Holmes is the master of deductive thinking. And that's how we solved the cases back in the day. We didn't fall back on the DNA,
Right.
the data dumps. We actually had to use our brains because none of that stuff was available.
Well, 100% right.
And we're bumping 4 hours here.
Okay.
Yeah, all you night owls, let's get
Yeah,
rolling
let's
here.
get through the questions here.
Yeah, gotta wrap up.
Little things matter.
Clinical implications of narcissism. Reader's Digest answer.
Good luck.
Okay. Do you think that it impacts the mental approach and the limits from the sheriff?
I'm not. I don't think it's appropriate for me to speculate about it without knowing him.
Is NBC narrating the case, Nanos mirroring it as well, and running with NBC as behind the scenes? Well, I'll tell you what. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that NBC is driving this conversation now, and there's no question about it. Evident the fact that they're going to play part 2 tomorrow. Okay, why didn't they just play the whole interview and let it happen, just like we've done with 4 hours?
Yeah,
here.
and then the final installment on Friday. So they're making it really a 3-part.
Yeah, they're selling ads.
Yep.
And that's the irony. You've got these professional organizations out there hammering YouTubers. How dare you guys? And meanwhile, they're making millions of dollars. And what's a YouTuber making? $50 on super chats. Are you serious? It's a new world, folks, and they got to get used to it. Do you ever think the focus of the episode is about the complexity of the case? No, I think that plays into the complexity of the case. I think the sheriff has made it complex, to your point. Yes, I agree. Are they looking at all the dash cam videos from the surrounding neighborhood cars? I hope so. Absolutely. Great question. I coach bosses to turn into leaders. Trust your team to go with it. Coach and lead them to become your boss. Share knowledge and have their backs. Thank you, Jason. Based on professional experience and information available on the case, what do you feel is the most plausible motive behind Nancy? Tuna dog, love that. We kind of weighed that up just a little bit ago. Hopefully you heard it. I worry about YouTubers finding real evidence, but sheriff will ignore it because they don't like YouTubers. What do you all think? I worry about that myself. Great question. Panel question. Rumor has it TNA will be speaking to the media soon. What question do you think would be benefit for them to answer? Why did the sheriff impound your car?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be the only question I'd ask. Maureen brought up a great point on another show. It was family. Why would they need to case the house? Everyone else has agreed. Why would the family need to case the house? They wouldn't unless they wanted to, make it look like a stranger long before it ever happened. I don't know how Google Nest alerts work without subscription, but what Nancy Guthrie see that someone was at her door on 1-1 with an alert on her phone the next morning. That's a great question. You would think so. No question. The front door guy was just a distraction for the police. The event happened through the back door, took her out the front door. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you for your kindness. Color me down, but did Nancy wear a wig? If so, I'm thinking If they didn't bother to take the meds, they probably didn't grab the wig. My mommy looks different. The wig, just a thought. Great point. Did you think they cased the house beforehand, simply forgot a front door camera until the night of February 1st? Great show. Thank you, Charles. Go Detroit Tigers. I felt from the beginning, M for hire, 2 perps, now long gone or unalived. Yeah, I don't think we can disagree with that. If Annie was a caregiver, she would have a key. I believe the blood was staged, and yes, the last one to see her and the first to discover her missing is key. Thank you for that thought. I believe someone did go back, get back at Savannah to hurt her for the rest of her life. They know how much she loved her mother. Yep, could be.
Mm-hmm.
Tuna. Maybe this has gone exactly how it was supposed to. Hard to determine what happened. Collect evidence. If body isn't found, lay low, be quiet till it calms down. Paid after declared deceased. Amen. A la Dale Warner. Jenna. Oh, love that.
What?
She's awesome. Wonderful panel as usual. Q. Is there a public TIR case file resource for the panel's Nancy Guthrie's case theories workup? No, there isn't. Keep coming to my mind. If they've probably been covered to y'all, perhaps not. I appreciate that, Jenna. You're awesome. I think something happened at game night. She never made it home. Porch guy's backpack is filled with her stuff, purse, etc., to stage the kidnapping. Blood happened prior via Nancy NG bumping her arm. Interesting. The front door was to reduce motion and recording of coming out with her. Cover cam with flowers, then realized just break it. In my opinion, not a guest of house. The mastermind did not know her Wi-Fi password. Thank you, Jason. Wonder if there were 2 perps, one inside, one outside. Porch guy inside perp, hands Nancy off to outside guy, then exit backside of the house for some reason. Thank you. Micah, 1242. Data points for interrogating AG's car computer. Timestamp, passenger sitting with seat. What time do they get off a seat? Great question. Car investigator used RF spectrum analysis to determine if walkie-talkies were used near a scene after the fact. Thank you. Yeah, the sniffer. Super sticker. Thank you. It's been said friends and neighbors would use open back door all the time. Maybe perp one of those had crash or jolt, other infraction with family. Yep. But if they were friends or neighbors, they have to now manage her around the neighborhood. 11th could have been a camera run to see if it works. No group warning he was on her camera. Be a good lookout. Locked doors. Contacted the police. That's an interesting thought.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting thought. With this info about nonads, could it cause previous cases to be reviewed due to his perjury that brings his professionalism into question? The answer to that, yes. If they discover that he has any credibility issues, the first thing the defense attorneys will do, and the Defense Attorney Association will share it with every defense attorney in Arizona and say, did you ever have a case with this guy?
Well, they go back to Texas.
They go back to Texas too. Yeah, great point.
And they would appeal those cases.
Yep. All right, 4 hours, you guys. This was an amazing conversation tonight. Final thoughts before we kick off. Anybody?
Just be patient, folks. This case will be solved.
Yep. Like and subscribe. Share this with your friends and your neighbors. Continue to take care of one another. Be akamai, as they say in Hawaii. Pay attention. Buy Dr. Gary's book, The New Evil. Drive it to #1. There's still 10,000 people here.
Buy John's book.
Buy John's book. Drive those to #1 in his categories.
And people have asked me when the next book will be coming out. And
Yep.
it will likely come out in the next 2 months, and it'll be called Bring Out Your Dead. That book is done, and I've started on book 4, Sun, Surf, and Savagery, which will be the next in the series. But I want to thank everybody who has bought the books, and I want to thank all the great questions, and you know, it's just marvelous to be part of this panel and be here with you, Chris.
Oh, we love you, John. You're a great man.
And
Um,
keep our troops in your prayers.
Yes, and thank you, our mods.
Yes.
All of our mods, we're so grateful to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for everything you do. And also keep Hawaii, because they got hammered with some weather and some rain. So,
Yeah.
man. But all right, all the links are below. Aloha, everybody. We'll see you on the next one. Have a good night.
Hard working every day, I'm stressed out 24/7, babe.